Well, then the. Well, black, and then it's almost weekend. I appreciate it. Absolutely, right in there. Yes. First of business. All right, we'll go ahead and get started with this special meeting. The time is 6:30. This is the City Council and Utility and Infrastructure Board special meeting of January 9th, 2024. The Opens Meeting Act is posted on the rear wall next to the agendas. At this time, we will do roll call for the City Council.
Please vote for roll call. Blair, it didn't count your, there you go. Okay. 8 council members are present, Mayor.
Okay, we'll now have roll call for the Utility and Infrastructure Board. Very good. Thank you all for being here tonight. I'll go ahead and turn it over to Jeff Shanahan. He'll go over item 3, which is our integrated resource plan presentation, the breakdown of the future power generation. So go ahead.
Thank you for coming here. The integrated resource plan is a roadmap for where the utility is at generation wise to meet our loads going into the future. Last year, Council and UIB both approved GDS and Associates to conduct this study and provide us this presentation. GDS is here today to go through the study and the process that we went through. Ernesto and Sydney will be the ones doing the presentation. And when they're done, we'd be happy to take any questions you might have.
Okay. Welcome.
Present a few of the primary points of the integrated resource plan. Our understanding is that it's been provided, the report has to you all, and happy to answer questions as Jeff said, either throughout or at the end as need be.
What we're doing with the IRP is developing a utility roadmap in which we are evaluating Fremont's existing power supply mix, as well as a few resource alternatives over a 20-year forward term. Over that term, we can't know what's going to happen in the industry. So what we've done is test all of these different portfolios under multiple market outlook scenarios so that we're able to better understand price volatility. And the 3 scenarios we've included are a base case, which is meant to represent the world that we live in today. So we're looking at, you know, modest load growth that we've seen in recent years, and forward pricing for fuel commodities as they are currently expected. In the second scenario, we're assuming higher economic growth leading to an accelerated rollout of clean technologies. So to give an example of how, you know, that changes from the base case, you would see higher fuel and commodity prices, lower renewable technology costs. And moving into the last scenario, which we call the regulatory scenario, world in which legislation is introduced to address climate issues. The primary difference with this scenario is the implementation of a carbon tax. As I mentioned, we're reviewing the current power supply portfolio as well as various alternatives. And our objectives in developing these alternative portfolios are to include a diverse group of resources so that we're able to better understand what resources or combination of resources are most cost effective, what is the price volatility of certain combinations of resources, which resources provide the reliability that Fremont needs, and how do different resource types play into the portfolio. So owned generation versus purchased power, intermittent resources versus dispatchable resources, like those exist in the current mix. And fuel diversity is another factor that we're looking to study in these portfolios and how it impacts total cost. Of the portfolios that we study. Portfolio 0 here in these two charts represents the current mix with the Long D. Wright coal plant, Darrell D. Marshall natural gas CT, and some purchased power, wind and solar. The other resource combinations can be grouped into a few different categories. The first of which is marginal variation from the current mix. So just like tweaks on how power supply might be met in the future. The next, we looked at a few portfolios in which there is an addition, a small addition of distributed solar and internal combustion build added to the existing portfolio. The third set of portfolios features a conversion of the existing combustion turbine plant into a combined cycle. And the last set of portfolios features different avenues for carbon reduction.
Segments of portfolios, the different focuses that those the incremental change to the resource. You know, as a result of the modeling, dispatch that we perform. Those results came back, at least on an economic basis, in this fashion. The next few slides sort of detail those three market outlooks that we described. This first market scenario, which is the base case. The biggest takeaways here are that the utility scale solar portfolio, the one that incorporated 25 megawatts of solar, does appear to provide some economic value in a long. The other thing that stood out was Fremont's current asset mix does a very good job in meeting its by the resources that you have on hand. And I'll reiterate that point as we look at another market scenario result here. the P0 portfolio, your current. Point out, top three portfolios here would be the combination of a small reciprocating engine installation, something on the order of magnitude of 7 to 9 megawatts, paired with a smaller solar facility, does make some economic. There's takeaways from a stand. So then we explore how the same set of resources meet need under a different market case, the accelerated technology case, where the pricing assumptions differed back earlier and in the report, largely seeing that the portfolios, at least in rank, now the costs change, but in rank order, they relatively stay similar to the base market scenario that we just. This is what is illustrating that your current mix does a good job of responding to market forces. You're able to redispatch depending on what market prices are doing because you have a variety of resources. So you guys have done a tremendous job. Usually if there's a deficiency that we're trying to solve for a utility or explore a utility that is more heavily based in one type of fuel, results would differ from that. So your current asset mix responds. Some exploration of a couple of these portfolios, some price discovery that perhaps you could do as far as and we'll get into that as far as the recommendations coming out of this report concerned. So with that, the last market scenario, the regulatory scenario, you'll see a little bit more movement in the portfolio rank order. Simply because there's that implementation of a potential portfolios that try to get away from that coal as a primary fuel source rise in the rank order. And it is sort of a potential future market case. And so forward into a summary. These are the same numbers, just put on the same slide. Slide 11 actually has a little bit, or slide 12 has a little bit more of a visual that's interesting. So when you look at the potential range of power costs that are associated with these portfolios, there are some portfolios that have a greater spread in the potential cost. That's something to keep in mind, depending on the market scenario outlook that you're facing, that some of these mixes could differ in the range of costs that you might expect. And I wanted to go to the slide 14 here. Fremont and Fremont and utility explore what.
As you know, we sent out flyers to you folks for what you thought was the priorities. We surveyed the city council, the UIB, the integrated resource plan team that we put together, plus just random other people. So we had a mixture of about 25 or so people that actually submitted back their scoring. We took those, and these are the results that we got back when you added them all up. So that's what we use for the basis of scoring.
Yeah, and that's also a really neat process, and one that we talked about early in the project, that involving key stakeholders always benefits the process. You know, in taking a look at what is fundamentally important to you all. So as Jeff mentioned, the weighting for different key criteria came out to the following based on that process. And that's what we applied to the scoring of the portfolio outcomes. So maybe just a few thoughts on each of those.
Different categories. We assigned up to 3 points that could be awarded per portfolio. A portfolio that, you know, improves your current situation generally would score on the higher end. Whereas if it worsens your current situation in that category, you would see a lower score, like 1 point. There are some exceptions. For example, you know, the environmental impact. You know, we are looking at several portfolios that would replace coal generation, in which case portfolio may veer towards the lower side on that single category, where you would, you know, improve as more coal or natural gas is displaced. Otherwise, as you improve from the base case or business as usual, you'd see more of a score of 3 versus a worsening of the current situation to score of 1.
So the methodology, the thinking behind how those points were awarded are included in the matrix, which is also in the, and it informed the scoring that was. This is the table from the report and speaks to after those key criteria are applied to the portfolios, which portfolios ranked higher than others as per that methodology. From the process, to impart here in person, slide here. There are 2 potential incremental resource pathways forward. The 2 portfolios included that small solar paired with a reciprocating engine to provide shaping around the output of that solar facility, and the portfolio that looked at a larger utility scale project of 25 megawatts potential. Some price discovery would be necessary to firm up those assumptions for those portfolios, but those 2 in particular could provide some value to the city with a little bit more discovery. We also wanted to make sure we were firm in saying that your power supply mix does score well. It does respond well to your load needs and does provide you the ability to respond to future market price volatility. And furthermore, if any carbon legislation comes to be, that perhaps some sort of conversion, combined cycle conversion, right? But that did stand out as if we were in that market environment.
Really want to thank GDS, Ernesto and Sydney and their team for putting this all together. We've had many calls where we were on Zoom meetings with them to go through some of these plans and lay everything out. They did a great job, and just taking questions you might have.
Very good. Any questions from the council or the UIB board?
Councilman Horner?
Yeah, just a quick question. You have a section here dedicated to EVs and kind of being prepared for that coming. Is that over the next 10 years? Are you guys anticipating a significant increase in load due to that?
Assumption, we did layer in assumption for. Sales as part of that argument.
It's a fairly conservative estimate applied to the accelerated tech and regulatory scenarios. I think in the most extreme scenario, we're assuming over the course of this study, maybe 10 to 15% of new car sales are EVs.
Councilman Von Baron?
I noticed in one of your scenarios that one of the highest ranking was nuclear. Is that even a consideration for a city the size of Fremont, especially in the current regulatory environment?
So it was one of the higher cost portfolios due to its fixed costs. The overall study, right? There was some consideration of it because it's one of those sort of next gen type solutions that could provide a clean energy resource, unproven, obviously. It has time to go with Jeff, and thought that it might be beneficial to include one of those sort of future outlook type portfolios, just to get a sense of what that could be.
Yeah, and maybe I misread the slide. It's not up there now, but I thought it scored one of the highest as far as net present value.
Yeah, in other words, the higher rank meant that it fell as a higher cost.
It was the
Okay.
worst case.
Okay, and that's not usually the way I look at
Yeah.
NPVs. So thank you.
And, we want to price that in because it could potentially be that somebody else builds one and we buy a 25 megawatts off of it or something of that nature. We wanted to look at something out there that is being talked about. It is carbon free. But we don't have any, we just want to see what it would cost us to do that.
Councilman Vaughn?
When we talk about the prospect of potentially retiring some of our coal-fired stations out at Lundy, right? Is there any threat or fear there? Once we give it up, you'll never get it back, kind of thing? Does that factor in?
Yes. So, the study obviously moves a portion of it out. It doesn't assume the ability to bring it back. And to answer your question directly, yeah. Give it up. Not every portfolio assumed retirements. So wanted to have a broad mix of retirements or not, and wanted the study to speak to that. The other thing to keep in mind is this is a planning study. Operations are a whole nother animal, and that's the side that needs to be married along with price discovery to really explore what you can incrementally.
Yeah, because reliability was our highest category that we rated on. So you start taking away base load units, you take them off the market, you get into a little bit more issues with reliability on the network. So we want to be cognizant of the reliability primarily on anything we make a decision on.
Guess one follow-up question. Are there any other comparable communities? Because I know Fremont's kind of individual as far as our ability to have our own, power system in place. Is anybody doing anything outside the box that maybe we should be looking at as well?
There's some, our DGM plant is what they consider a simple cycle. There is the option where we could convert that to a combined cycle, which basically is a heat recovery system. You take the exhaust heat, you create steam, you got duct burners, and you make another 10 or 15 megawatts off of it. That would be quite an undertaking, but that can be done. Solar, wind are the primary things, geothermal type things that
Yeah,
not in our areas. We're right in line with everybody else.
yeah, we did honor that, to transition more to a higher basis. We did layer in some fixed costs associated with expanding the test. There are some limitations
Yes,
currently.
which brings, yeah.
So the report does consider that. I'd also like to throw out there that when we talk about reciprocating engines, typically you can build a facility that has space for 1, 2, 3 more engines that you may need in the future. So there's some modular aspects to it.
As long as I'm at it, I'll ask one more. What about, residential or small scale business, power generation via wind or solar? The net metering thing. I've heard it described both ways. It can be detrimental at a certain point, or it can be advantageous. Any thoughts on that?
Depends on the volume.
Yeah, and we have limits on what a individual customer can do. They can only go up to a certain KW rating. We certainly don't want, the way we do it is we get the SPP real-time pricing is what we use to determine what we get back for the net metering pricing. Yeah, we certainly, there's safety requirements and all that, when you start getting a bunch of generation out of distributed.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the council or UIB? And Michelle?
The solar array that's sitting out to the north of the power plant, no, that's probably maxed out. The city or the utilities in the city own 800 acres of land out at the well field. That's where our solar farm 2 is at. If we were to go with the 8 megawatt type of system, that'd probably be an ideal location to put 8 megawatts of solar out there onto our distribution network. It would basically supply the power to run the wells during the day when the sun's out. And we'd have to figure out where we want to put the rice engines, if that was a thing we wanted to add to it, to provide more constant energy supply when the sun's not shining. But yeah, we could, the 8 megs would be easy at the well field. You start getting into utility size solar, then you're starting to have to build transmission systems out to it, where an 8 meg we put on our distribution system. A 25 meg, we'd have to build a little bit bigger system to get out there.
Spencer?
Yeah, how many kilowatts is our current farm do? Is it just one?
One of MW megawatts.
Okay.
Yeah, the one of them is 1.1 or something of that nature, and the other one's like 0.8 or something of that nature. So we get just right around 2 megawatts of electricity. So it's because the beauty of solar is not only do we have to supply energy, we have to supply a capacity. And the capacity is basically taking your peak demand times an margin, which is 12 or 13%, 15% possibly. You got to have that much generations available to serve that load. Well, if we can shave that peak down a couple megawatts, we don't need to have that capacity. So we that with solar.
Yeah, and the volumes that are in the report for the solar facilities.
Back on Jason's question. Compare us like the AC.
I think Grand Island was looking at adding some solar along with possibly 4 or 5 rice engines. But I think they were going to combine that with the retirement of their coal unit. They're in a little bit different situation than we are. Out in western Nebraska, they're wind rich. In eastern Nebraska, we're load rich. There's congestion between the two, so generation comes online at about $10. We pull it off at like $25. So out there, it makes sense to have your load served by wind. Here, it doesn't necessarily make sense to do that because we have to still provide reliability and we have the cost difference between where it goes into the market and where it gets pulled off. They would have to be a community one, because it would be an EPD. Yeah, it would have to be something of a smaller scale, because then EPD would be doing.
Great questions. Anything else? Okay, well, thank you very much for coming. Thank you for the report today. I think my takeaway too is the mix you said a couple of times is good, that what we have right now and the planning that it took to get to where we are. And there are improvements as we look to the future and as we grow. And those three scenarios, I think, give us and our team the resource we need to move forward in the positive direction for the utility. So thank you for the work that you did. We really appreciate it. Is there any comment from the public that is here, discuss the integrated resource plan? Yeah.
Title 1324 Glenwood Courts. Council, I don't know if you have any thoughts, because it wasn't in the study, but as the laundry right ages, I'd like to see in the report sometime the economic value of shutting that down and buying complete power and not have the plant. That would ever be a possibility of raising.
That would probably be not even allowed right now.
Yeah, and there would also be some. Because
Today, or even in the 5 or 10 year outlook in the FPP market, the way it sits right now, we have a hard time even taking unit 7 offline for a month. The way the market is and the way the reliability, the post-contingent studies that are done, when you start having generation go offline with base load generation, with the current load we have, and then with our forecasted loads going forward.
Any other comments from the public at this time? On the integrated resource plan, if you have a comment.
James Drive, Fremont. Didn't get here in time to hear the discussion, but I read through what was online, and I just like to say that I would be fully for the SMRs, the small modular nuclear reactors. I think that's the way to go. Wind and solar, I think can't rely on it. Modular reactors you can, and like I said, you have numerous ones that you can service them separately, and the others are still working. So to me, that seems a smart way to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comments on the integrated resource plan? Okay.
Martinez, 1435 East 12th Street here in Fremont. Back in high school, I spent 3 years on the debate team and 1 year. It was resolved. The United States federal government should substantially increase alternative energy incentives. Looking at a lot of the different alternative energy topics and trying to steer away from those fossil fuels. My personal affirmative was in the wind department and wind energy. Now I understand that one renewable energy is no single solution. Obviously, I do enjoy the mix of what we're kind of working towards. It's kind of going to take a little bit of solar, a little bit of wind, a little bit of potentially even hydroelectric, as we look to the Platte River, one of the most major running rivers through the valley. Obviously, that would run into the headache of trying to deal with, avoiding any type of flooding in the near future. But the one important thing that I was running on when I was running the wind alternative was that there was a report that the Midwest alone has enough wind supply to power 2/3 of the United States. And I noticed in the report that I was glossing over that we are currently taking about, I think it's at 50 megawatts from a current local wind farm, but at the bottom of or rather the end of the document where it kind of did a scorecard of the different types of alternatives and such, I didn't see wind really on there. It seemed like it was mostly, internal combustion through RICE, SMRs, solar, and kind of a mix of those gears. So I definitely would like to see us, steering away from the coal industry and those fossil fuels and the natural gases and getting more into those. It would be nice to kind of veer in and see other alternatives such as hydroelectric and.
Thank you. Any other comments on the integrated resource plan? All right, thank you very much.
Mayor, we'll be bringing the plan back to council for to receive it.
Mhm.
And then we'll get it posted on the WAPA's website as part of our requirements for the Department of Energy. At the next meeting or the meeting after that. So thank you for your time and thank you, GDS.
Thank you. Okay, I'll have a motion to adjourn from the city council. Councilman Jensen,
So moved.
Councilman Sukram.
I'll second.
Okay, you can cast your votes to adjourn from the city council.
0, Mayor.
Okay, now a motion to adjourn from the UIB. We're adjourned from the special meeting. Okay, before we get on to the Community Development Agency meeting, we will begin with the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'll go ahead and open up the Community Development Agency meeting and call it to order. The Opens Meeting Act is posted on the rear wall next to the agendas. At this time, we'll have a roll call.
Eight council members are present, Mayor.
Okay, we'll move into the public hearings, which is item 1, a resolution 2024-001, recommending approval of the Fremont Mall amended redevelopment plan.
We're having issues, but it is broadcasting out not as well as normal, but it is.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, Jennifer Dam, Planning Director. Please let me know if you can't hear me, and I'll try and talk louder. I tend to be soft sometimes. There are 4 requests before you tonight as a community development agency. These are all related to the Fremont Mall and amending their redevelopment plan and ultimately establishing an occupation tax that would institute a 2% sales tax for the areas at the mall. So first is the redevelopment plan amendment itself. Second is the contract that stipulates the terms that would establish the tax, and it establishes an enhanced employment area. Or the third establishes the enhanced employment area, and then the fourth would approve a bond that would be issued once the contract of the lease with the large tenant has been signed. So in terms of the redevelopment plan, this is a request by the Fremont Mall to amend the redevelopment plan. The area was blighted and substandard in 2014. That is a requirement for redevelopment and Community Redevelopment Act. The 2022 comprehensive plan does designate this area for targeted reinvestment. The mall itself and the structure of the mall itself. The developer has agreed to put landscaping in the parking lot and along 23rd Street, and to include a sidewalk that connects from 23rd Street to the mall and from Yeager Street to the mall. It's from the comprehensive plan that are specifically addressed by the redevelopment proposal are to focus the reinvestment in the area with deteriorating physical conditions and greater vacancy rates, includes the 23rd and Bell Street area, to promote internal pedestrian access within the sites, and to increase pedestrian landscaping with treat islands and so forth. Currently, of the 231,000 square feet in the mall, 33,000 are vacant or have temporary tenants. And that's about 14% of the area of the mall. What the mall intends to do is to make improvements that will help attract a major tenant and redesign and redevelop the layout of the space. Additionally, they will enhance the facade, the formerly mentioned landscape improvements, and then some deferred maintenance. As part of the agreement, they are agreeing to demolish the USA Steak Buffet building. In my staff report, we said if it's not leased by June 30th, but through the contract, we said within 1 year of the major tenant lease. That gives them some time and some opportunity to work with a couple other potential tenants for that site to see if it actually could be repurposed without having it torn down. They have committed, however, to tear down that building if they cannot find a tenant for it. They also commit that they will help us if and when we reach a point that we are looking at the 23rd Bell and Yeager Street intersection, that they will participate with us to find a solution and work with the tenants to help as we look at finding a solution if we decide to do a study at some point in the future. The Nebraska statutes requires a minimum investment for an enhanced employment area that results in 10 new employees, an investment of $500,000. In order to establish an occupation tax, which is what ultimately they're proposing, first you need to amend the redevelopment plan, which is this action. Then you need to declare an enhanced employment area, which shows that you'll have that investment of 500,000 worth of 10 employees. And then you approve the contracts and the language to impose the tax itself. It's a little bit different than tax increment financing because it's a different funding. Planning Commission did discuss this on September 18, 2023. They had a 4-4 vote and did not determine that it was or was not in conformance with the comprehensive plan. In order to move this forward, you as the CDA will need to find that it is feasible and in conformity with the comprehensive plan and the legislative declarations as set forth in community development law. That I would be happy to answer any questions on the redevelopment plan.
Any questions for staff at this point? Councilman Vaughn?
So just for a little clarity, USA Steak Buffet, is it 6 months or is it a year?
Be a year from the point, the contract itself stipulates a year from the point that they signed the lease with the major tenant that will be coming.
Thank you.
Councilman Jensen?
And as he said, just for the sake of clarity, so I understand and everybody else does, none of this happens if they do not get a 20,000 square foot occupant inside the mall. Is that not correct?
In order for the potential tenant, as I understand it, and I know Mr. Riley is here and can perhaps answer this question a little better, but as I understand, for all of the players, there's so many different puzzle pieces coming together. They want to have the assurance that the council is willing to approve this and move forward with it. That way, then they can sign the lease and then they can start planning the major improvements that will take place within the mall, which includes relocation of some of the existing tenants and moving walls around and reconfiguration. That's the bond. None of that will take place unless that tenant signs.
Okay, Councilman Horner.
Jennifer, thank you for being here tonight. And if you can't answer this question, then maybe some of the other staff can, but my concern is all the stars aligned, this project goes forward, the bond is issued, the taxes collected. Is there anything in the contract that will prevent the city of Fremont from any liability should this thing go south?
Yeah, thank you, Jennifer. Travis Jaycott, City Attorney. There are numerous contractual provisions that in which the developer is indemnifying the city under certain situations if something were to go wrong with the development. And there's also in the bond resolution itself notes that the debt will be a debt of the agency, the CDA, and not a debt of the city, and that's pursuant to Section 182125 of Nebraska statutes. So there's numerous protections for the city if something were to happen with the development itself. And again, that's after it's been confirmed that they're going to have that large business tenant. If something were to happen, the obligations or any debts of any third parties would fall on the developer.
Councilwoman Ganem.
Jennifer, I know you've worked with the group, certainly Mr. Riley and the Fremont Mall LLC. Do you feel it matches our comprehensive plan at this point with the changes that they have made? If it went back to the previous committee, would they support it?
I think they would. It was a 4-4 vote at that time. I'm not sure that the planning commission understood that what they were to vote on was strictly conformity with the comprehensive plan and not the imposition of an occupation tax. This does clearly, as I stated in my staff report, conform with the elements of the comprehensive plan to enhance pedestrian circulation and enhance landscaping and buffering in the area. The mall facade and the lighting will be renovated to put a more modern face forward. And it provides investment in a deteriorating commercial corridor that will help breathe some life back into the mall where it's not today. And I think the mall will continue to struggle if this is not approved.
Okay. Councilman Von Baron.
Yeah, I think just to detail, I had a call this afternoon just they were looking at the map and a bit confused, but I think Village Inn and Raising Cane are not included in this plan.
Village Inn and Raising Cane are included.
Okay.
Hy-Vee and the Hy-Vee gas station are not.
So Village Inn and Raising Cane will be assigning that 2% occupation tax. Okay. Okay. Second point is when I saw the comment about the planning commission, I did check with Jared Borso, and just for what it's worth, he said to his recollection, he couldn't remember a concern with the comp plan, that the votes might have been more due to the question of whether there should be an added occupation tax. But from his from his perspective, the planning commission didn't have a problem with the comprehensive plan as such.
Correct. Right, that's my recollection as well. But the way that I don't think it was clear in the way they voted that they were to vote strictly based on the comprehensive plan and not on the overall proposal.
Okay, is there anybody that has questions that has not spoken at this point from the council? Okay, we'll go ahead and open the public hearing.
So I want to say that I am for taxes, but I'm not for this tax. Okay. I understand that taxes are necessary to run the system, but at the same point, when we're a society where we're income taxed and then our income, what's remaining is taxed and taxed again, we're looking at a current 7% state tax, a 1% city tax. Adding on this 2% tax, we're facing a 10% sales tax with 10 cents on every dollar. Now, that being said, I feel like the Fremont Mall is looking to take us for a ride because they're trying to subsidize $6.5 million out of the 2% sales, which means that they would need to generate a revenue of $325 million in order to achieve that $6.5 million. Now, I find a lot of questions in this. I don't see any time frame of how long they have to generate these 10 jobs. I look at how there's already a vacancy of 14%, but that's 32,000 square feet. And so it feels like it's really easy for them to check the boxes, especially when they're including Village Inn and Raising Cane. So if they add employees, that kind of checks the box towards that 10-year or 10 employee commitment. But I'm seeing a lot of the same warning signs of Tech Park, and I really question the efficacy and the ability of the Fremont Mall to actually do what they're going to do with this money, and that it just doesn't go into some pockets. In fact, when you look at page, they contest that, in 2014, it was notated as not dilapidated, but that it was blighted and substandard in 2014. And so we wonder, hey, what have we been doing for the past 10 years? But then they say on number 3, subsection D, and number 3, that they attest over the last 9 years that this is a cause of JCPenney's, Hallmark, Boardman's, and the Buckle being lost in the retail activity. But we didn't lose JCPenney's till 2017. We didn't lose Boardman's till 2020. And those were companies that were actually dealing with bankruptcy. So they were just closing units down. It's not that they just left the town and they decided to go away from it. So it's kind of wondering what they've been doing for the last 10 years. And when you look at, other signs where the main access area of the Fremont Mall was littered with potholes for like 2 years and how long it took them just to take care of that, I really question where this money is going to be going, especially when you look at the line by line items on page 19, where all of the money is going. The most biggest ticket item is ongoing maintenance of the tune of $6 million. I'd like to know a little bit more on that, and that the $6.5 million that we're subsidizing off our own pockets isn't just going to be wasted in spending. There are a lot of nice line items that, roof repair, HVAC, a lot of necessary things that are specified. And then we've got this giant big ticket of general ongoing maintenance and, $6 million for that. So it's kind of interesting. I for one, am completely against the occupancy tax. And I, for one, would like to know how long they have to get these 10 jobs. And how long it's going to take them to generate the revenue, because they said from 2015 they were making about 17 million in gross domestic product, and now in 2010 they're making 7 million in gross domestic product from the entire of all the revenues of the Fremont Mall and the Raising Cane's, everywhere that's included in this enhanced employment opportunity area. So let's say $10 million that they're making. It's going to take at least 32.5 years for them to generate 325 million for that 2% sales tax to end. So just a couple things to consider, and a lot of questions that really need to be asked on this topic. And I'm completely against it. So thank you so much.
Additional comments from the public? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Any additional comments from council or additional questions on this? Councilwoman Ganem.
One by one here, but I will ask the questions then that I did have, because I've heard from community a lot as well too, that it appeared as though what the tax is going to generate or pay for is building maintenance, and the belief that the mall owners should have been doing this all these years. Knocking down the steak buffet building is important to get rid of that eyesore. But again, we're going to be giving some options for leasing. And I think that's probably a good thing. I'd like to hear from certainly Jennifer, or definitely from our mall owner representatives. How is that money going to be used? Why repair roof, and why have the HVAC systems? Tim.
Mr. Bacon is on the phone.
Okay.
Earlier today, so he was not able to hear in person, but we do have him on the phone, so I will defer to them.
Please.
pointing to you, so.
Sorry, can you repeat the question for me, please?
Basically, the question would be, why is the money being raised used on what's being perceived as maintenance issues that should have been taken care of by the owner over these several years, such as the roof replacement and the HVAC systems?
Okay, I'll be glad to address that. So my history is part of the answer. I've worked on 6 EEA projects, 3 in which I represented the city and 3 the property owners. What has happened in the last rather, I'm going to say decade or so, the malls started falling out of favor, and the people are of the assumption that mall owners have simply been pulling cash out and not keeping up the property. What has happened, real frankly, is the loss of tenants reduces the cash, and the priority has to be paying the mortgage and paying the taxes. And so as the pot of money gets smaller, there's deferred maintenance because they don't have excess cash that they would normally have to do that. In every project that I worked on in EEA, doesn't matter whether I represented the city or the mall owner, everyone had 3 issues that were large. One was the roof. The next one was the HVAC. And the next one was the parking lot. And those costs were just significant. And the insurance for the roof replacement, for example, is very, very, very expensive, even if you can get it. And so the mall owners get stuck with that. Nobody wants their property to deteriorate. But when you're forced to prioritize between getting your property foreclosed or having your taxes go delinquent at 14%, they make choices. I will tell you that some mall owners one project that I'm working on, they just rode it to the ground and then sold it off. This property owner has been working hard to get new folks in, but in malls of this size, in towns of the size we have in Nebraska, this is almost a regular occurrence, trying to set up a win-win situation so that they can survive and thrive. And it's not just anymore taking care of a roof. They have to reconfigure the mall for today's shopper. So the costs have gotten out of hand, tripled or quadrupled recently, and those types of things. So I don't know if that answered it directly, but nobody wants to let their roof go to pot. The other piece on this, I would say, is it's going to take the mall owner more than $3 million to land this national tenant, and that the rents that they are assuming they're going to have to pay, they could make more money by putting that $3 million in a certificate of deposit. So it's an investment, a reinvestment of not just the occupation tax, but that would yield maybe $6.5 million over 20 years. But they're going to have to put in all of their money that more than matches that. So That's not a short answer. I'm sorry.
Would Mr. Riley be willing to come up and talk about the tenant and what's driving this and give us some information on the tenant that's coming into the mall, please?
The short answer on that is this is about TJ Maxx. That is the tenant. We are trying very hard to land TJ Maxx. It may be a TJ Maxx, it may be a Marshalls. It's one of their flavors that I think at this point would probably be a Marshalls. That is, we cannot do without it, without this EED. That's simple. Now, that answers your question. I'll tell you that the tenant has been transformative in other markets where we put them in. My company, so we represent the landlord. We also are a mall operator, and we put one into Michigan, in a smaller town in Michigan, Escanaba. Originally, they projected $3 million of sales. The tenant is so popular that the anecdotal numbers from their management are closer to $10 million of sales. So it is a significant potential asset, not just to the mall, but to the community. And I sincerely hope that helps understand the perspective.
Councilman Von Baron.
Yeah, I think I don't remember when we met. It might have been a couple of months ago, and we were given a preview of the project, and I was skeptical going in. But as you listen to the rationale for the project, obviously, number one, this is an elective tax that you can choose to shop there, shop elsewhere. But I think one of the big ones for me was if we can attract somebody like Marshalls or TJ Maxx, second to streets, probably the most common complaint in Fremont is there ain't no place to shop. And this solves a lot of that. I think I came from being a skeptic to thinking on balance, yeah, there's some things that I think we could still question, but when you look at things like the likely enhanced mall traffic for other stores and the ancillary effects of this overall, they certainly swung me, and I found myself coming down in favor of the project.
Councilman Jensen.
Yeah, I'll kind of echo Councilman Von Baron's sentiments there. I mean, nobody's doing backflips over the 2% tax, but getting a store like this, that 2%, if the people are driving into Omaha and not driving into Omaha, that percent is being well eaten up, and it's being left here in town. This is certainly a better path forward than the status quo. Status quo, it just sits there and goes into worse atrophy than it's already in. Malls all over the country are struggling. I think this is a good way to try to make ours much more attractive.
Okay. Any other Councilman Vaughn?
So yeah, one question maybe for legal. I think I already know the answer to this, but in section 4.15, item number 4, it reads, negotiate in good faith concerning traffic flow on adjacent streets. And I think we have a heck of an opportunity there to potentially, solve what was originally thrown out there as maybe a $10 million project to do something with the 23rd and Bell intersection. Does that language leave us anything enforceable?
It is a requirement to negotiate in good faith. There's nothing we could pin them to the ground to on it. Are you talking about the contract?
Yeah.
4.14? Yeah. Right now, I think we're considering the plan in general and item number 1 of the CDA, but I think your assumption is correct. The developer, from my experience working with them, is they would be willing to negotiate in good faith. But yeah, there's nothing we could hold them to other than that requirement of good faith negotiating.
As we negotiated the redevelopment plan and the redevelopment contract, the addition of the landscaping and sidewalk were two really important issues that we wanted to make sure that we got in. And we also wanted to make sure that the mall would be willing to be supportive as it comes to negotiating in that area. The Yeager Road, 23rd Street, Bell Street, all impact a couple of their tenants. And the reason that's put in there is so that they would work with the city to work with their tenants to come to help us come to a solution. It doesn't require them all to pay for anything. It doesn't require them all to approve any one particular solution, but just saying that they would be on board with us and help us work with their tenants, which, as I understand, wasn't necessarily the case in the past.
Are you satisfied with the loose language there and not having anything more binding?
I think that's about the best we're going to be able to get on that, but to help with the leadership on it.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Ganem.
I do have another question or point, and I would like to say thank you for the responses on my earlier question. But another question, and it does relate to the contract. I noticed everything that you put down, Jennifer, said Fremont Mall, FREMONT, LCC. But everything that the owners have is Fremont Mall LLC, spelled FREEMONT. Should not a contract be consistent? It was consistently used by both parties differently. They're spelled differently. FREEMONT, Mall LLC, is the owner's way of spelling Fremont. Everything that the city put in, that contract, is spelled FREMONT, Mall LLC. So legal name would have to be FREEMONT. Is that not correct, or shouldn't it be all consistent?
Right, Travis Shakeout, City Attorney. The redeveloper throughout the contract is Fremont Mall LLC with two E's. The Fremont Mall project is another name for the project, but the LLC itself listed as the redeveloper is two E's.
Mr. Riley, could you answer that?
This subject has driven me crazy for a year. It originated when the property, I think, if I recall correctly, when the property was refinanced. And there was something about it that had to, I think it was originally a 1031 when the owner bought it, and it was Delta Mall or something was the entity. And then they had to put it into a new entity, and the attorney for the lender somehow goofed that up. And this is dealing with New York and people who drive me crazy from Omaha because they're not paying attention to the details. And you know, personally, I remember Dale Carnegie says, a person's name is the most beautiful sound that they want to hear it correctly. So when I saw that, it drove me nuts, and it's still to this day. Every time I have to see a lease come through with two E's, as a Nebraska living close here, I can only tell you that that's a source of frustration. But from a contractual standpoint, I think we're deferring to Mike and Travis to make sure that those P's and Q's. Buddy, I apologize on behalf of that New York attorney. I'd really like to meet him. So.
Okay.
Fremont Mall with two E's, and any of the staff reports are referred to it that way. I'd be drawn and quartered, so in the legal portion of the documents, it refers to the LLC by their proper name. Otherwise, in my documents, it refers to the mall as we know the mall. That's the reason for the discrepancy.
So, go ahead.
Well, just real quick. Perhaps you should consider changing the name of the LLC.
Want me to comment on that? There's, I would love to see that happen. The administrative work involved would be a nightmare. There's a loan in place. There's all of the documents associated with that are attached to that name. All the leases were assigned to the new entity. All of that happens with people. As much as I completely agree with you, that would be.
Final questions, Councilman Von Baron.
Yeah, I just, the comment that was just made a little bit ago brought to mind a past situation. There's been a lot of discussion over the years about a $15 million intersection, I think, at Bell and Yeager. And there was a couple of years ago, it was pretty heated controversy. And I think it got to the point where the council even demanded that it be taken out of the comprehensive plan. And I know I've had some conversations with people that have said, oh my gosh, is this the flag that our $15 million intersection is coming back? I think it might be prudent to amend this in one regard and just simply limit the developer's responsibility to adapting ingress and egress, mall entrance and exits, rather than a total solution for the street, because that could include a lot of things. That's very broad. And I think given the track record of where we've been, it might not be a bad amendment to just simply, and I'd like to make that motion, that we just amend it to say that the developer's responsibility would be regarding entrance and exit to the developed area.
I'm just going back as we were negotiating with them. I don't believe that was the intention at all to be able to bring back that project, which is not in our plan at all. I think it was just the idea that that intersection has been a problem intersection. It's currently under, mall ownership, essentially. It's part of that area, and that as we are working through solutions that they would be open and willing to working with us. I think that was really all the extent. It was not reopening, opening that up. So I just want to be clear on that. So we just wanted cooperation from them in that regard. And it has nothing to do with that specific project.
No. And I respect that. And I think that was understood. I think that's implied. So I wasn't trying to imply that. But in the end of this, we will be held to what is said and what's in writing. And I think given this, rather than leave that broad scope, it might be better to narrow it to entrance and exit options for the developed area.
Did you want to put that in the plan, or were you referring to the contract? Because right now we're on the item to approve just the plan itself.
Well, and that's why I was concerned, because I was concerned if we missed the opportunity right now, and if it didn't fit the client, I was thumbing down quickly and I didn't see it in the contract, but the contract would be the best place to put that.
So I would recommend we make that motion at the contract if that's
if you want to put it in the contract, that would be item number 2 is when the CDA is recommending approval of the contract.
So if the contract and the plan do not have the identical language, it's not a problem.
Correct. The plan is more of the.
That's fine.
Higher scope.
I'll wait.
Yep.
Okay. I'll just kind of close this out and we'll go to a vote here. But, when the mall initially came to the city on this, we obviously had a lot of questions. And, this was a long negotiation that, from the city side to be able to bring it forward to you today to where we feel like with the walkway, with the landscaping, with the agreement on the USA Steak Buffet building, to also remember that the developer here
is putting in half, or the owner's putting in half of the $14 million project. So there's skin in the game. There's requirements in the contract that they have to maintain as well, so that we can follow up on, and there's no liability to the city, and we have recourse if they don't perform to this contract. So I think what you see before you today is something that as a city, we were, prepared and ready to bring forward based on the negotiation. And I do appreciate the effort that was made on the mall side, our planning director and the city to get it to this point, to where it's in front of you today. So with that being said, I would take a motion. Councilman Jensen?
I'll make the motion to approve resolution 2024-001, the amended redevelopment plan for the Fremont Mall.
Councilman Dinkins?
I'll second that.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Moving on to item 2, resolution 2024-002, recommending approval of the Fremont Mall redevelopment contract and occupation tax.
Mayor, Planning Director. This is the contract which we mostly talked about in our last discussion. This sets the specific terms for the mall redevelopment and the terms of the occupation tax, the years and what they are required to do in terms of the landscaping, putting in the sidewalk, when they would take down USA Steak Buffet if necessary. And it stipulates the length of time. It's a 20-year contract, and the total amount is $6,500,000 would be the maximum amount that they could accrue through that occupation tax. I would be happy to try to answer any additional questions.
Any questions for staff on this item? Okay. Councilman Vaughn?
Can we get the steak buffet down to 6 months?
Down to the sequence of events. If I recall correctly, that, because I think you had specifically asked about that, and the problem is we've got a timing issue that if we don't get the lease, we were to put it within 6 months, there's a really good likelihood we'll still be negotiating the lease with a tenant of that magnitude, or really out. And I've been pushing for a long time, and I've held with them, and I know that the timeline is control, not ours. Police come to Fremont and they're saying, well, when we get it on our priority list, and right now it is on their priority list. I'm trying really hard to keep it there. If it slips off that priority list, so the long answer to your question, I am conscious of what you asked. I think I told you I want it down to. But the intent is there. Yeah, the language of the contract, as Councilman Von Buren said, it has to be that way for sequencing, as I understand it.
So maybe if I'm paraphrasing what you have just told me, we were maybe looking at 6 months of contract negotiations, and then once we would go into effect, then there would be a year period.
At most.
At most.
Yeah. I think Ms. Stam said we are negotiating with potential occupants.
Thank
you. Okay. Councilman Von Buren?
Yeah, I think prior to public comment would be a good time to offer the amendment to the contract that go ahead.
And you wanted to say that the developer shall be responsible to construct ingress and egress from the property, rehabilitate?
Just simply working with the city on ingress and egress options
Oh,
for traffic, for the sake of traffic flow.
and I think we should add that to section 4.15, redeveloper obligations for site improvement.
That would be fine, wherever it's appropriate.
So a section that says, it already says redeveloper shall, so the section will say, work with the city in constructing and rehabilitating the egress and ingress.
No, what I'm saying is that I would think it would be more appropriate, just to eliminate the big question, is just say that the responsibility of the developer would be limited to ingress, egress options. Not necessarily a total traffic solution. I think that's the language that was giving some people heartburn.
Councilman Bumper, the language right now says negotiate in good faith concerning traffic flow on adjacent streets.
And that encompasses a very, I'm just, you remember the debate, and it was just, we're trying to, if we try to solve the Bell Street Jaeger situation, that's not simple. I mean, there have been discussions of roundabouts and $15 million intersections, and there's just a lot of buzz.
Negotiate ingress in good faith regarding ingress and egress.
I'm just saying that the developer's liability would be limited to versus a total solution of traffic coming through there. No, I understand that. But just to make sure that we're clear, and I don't mean to belabor this point, I didn't think it'd be that's contentious, but just simply limiting the developer's liability to ingress, egress from the developed area. Not necessarily a total traffic solution or working with the city or whatever, but their liability would be ingress or egress. Are we saying the same thing?
So is that an amendment, Councilman Von Baron?
I'd like to make that a motion for an amendment.
Okay, are we clear on what the motion says? Before I address it? And where it's at? If legal could just repeat it, or to where we have an idea, please.
Flow on adjacent streets. So we'll amend the section 4.15, specifically section 4 in there, which says right now, negotiate in good faith concerning traffic flow on adjacent streets. That'll be amended to say negotiate in good faith concerning egress and ingress and egress of the development area.
Please.
Okay. Is there a second to that motion to amend? Councilman Jensen?
I'm just going to ask, is it really a good idea for these few words to really be messing around with the contract that's already been set and the parties that are involved in it are happy with the language?
I think it's a reasonable adjustment. It's a little bit more specific, but also it's kind of saying the same thing, but being a little bit more clear on what exactly we would be looking for to negotiate in good faith.
Okay. Well, is the parties involved okay? Is Mike Bacon on?
Mike, would you like to comment on that?
All right, I was on mute. I think I understand the issue, and I think that is probably more clarifying that negotiating in good faith on ingress and egress as part of the solution is the limit, and seems reasonable. You know, I'll just have to run it by my client. So, but I would recommend it, I guess.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, address the motion. So is there a second to the motion to amend? Okay, Motion dies for lack of second. Okay. Public, Councilman Jensen,
What are we,
I gotta have public, it says a public hearing. I gotta open the public hearing on this item. Okay, seeing no,
I didn't comment on the original item regarding the plan, but I sat and listened to a lot of what you listened to and the questions that were asked. I had hoped that many of those questions that you asked after public comment would have been asked by you before public comment, so that the public would know your thoughts. Invariably, what happens in these meetings is that your detailed questions come after the public has a chance to speak. Therefore, we don't get to comment on your comments. That being said, pretty clear, and I'm glad you passed the previous item. They were pretty clear that they wanted to improve the 23rd Street corridor. I think the concern that's being raised about the steakhouse building being torn down, also a legitimate concern for the public. One of my concerns as listening to all of this initially was that when I looked at the landscape map of the mall, and we're talking about, we're making accommodations for someone new that would come a new tenant, and that's great because you need that shot in the arm at the mall. I'm concerned about those that are also within the footprint and whether or not they really have bought into everything that might come their way relative to what you just did with regards to Mr. Von Baron's motion to clarify whether or not you would be putting in a 15, a 10, a $20 million street verification that would run along Village Inn and the chicken wing place into the mall, creating a thoroughfare over to Jaeger. We discussed this repeatedly at City Council when I was on it, and it was wholeheartedly rejected numerous times. It was resurrected during the budget process, rebuffed again. It was brought up in the 1 and 6 year plan, rebuffed again. And here tonight, we are not willing to change and clarify language that would essentially would put the responsibility on the mall owner of only looking at how you get into and out of the mall, not giving the thoroughfare option to the city to take property inside the corridor in order to hook up to Jaeger Road. All of that discussion has been had in the past. We're putting in sidewalks and landscaping as a part of the plan that you approved. That would all have to change if you decide to put in a cut-through street between Bell Street and Jaeger. I think Mr. Von Baron's motion was on track tonight to make sure that the mall owner only had to work with you on ingress egress. When there was a study that was to be performed on traffic lights, your consultants failed to come up with a solution that would control by traffic lights. I still firmly believe today you can control that intersection with traffic lights. But you know what you could do if you don't want it and can't do it with traffic lights, and you don't want to force Village Inn to have thoroughfare traffic and truck traffic next to their building going through the mall, then maybe you should close that entrance. Well, that would be a ingress egress issue to discuss with a developer as to where would you get in and out of the mall? How would you do that? Those kinds of discussions are appropriate, but trying to resurrect the multi-million-dollar solution of tying those two streets together has been argued many times over. I don't know how many times it has to go through this council before you're going to get the message that the people of Fremont don't want to spend that kind of money on that intersection. There has to be a simpler solution, and cracking the door open again, even though it is gray and gray is gray, you were unwilling to clarify it to make sure that it was less gray. I find that rather appalling, quite honestly. I would hope that you would actually fix it now that you have another chance in this contract.
any additional public comment on this item? Okay, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Additional comments from council on this? If there are none, I would take a motion. Councilman Jensen,
I'll make the motion to approve resolution 2024-002, recommending approval of the Fremont Mall real contract and occupation tax.
Councilwoman Ganem,
Second.
cast your votes.
Mayor.
Item 3 is resolution 2024-003 to establish Fremont Mall Enhanced Employment District. Any additional staff report?
Members of the CDA, Jennifer Dam, Planning Director. This is the document that establishes the Enhanced Employment District that then allows you to approve the eventual issuance of bonds area to be paid back by the occupation tax. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions on this item? Seeing none, I will open the public hearing. Seeing no comments, I'll close the public hearing. Additional comments from council? If there are none, I would take a motion. Councilman Von Baron,
I would move to approve resolution 2024-003.
Councilman Sukram,
I'll second that.
cast your votes.
Mayor.
And item 4 is resolution 2024-004, approving bonds subject to approval by the council of the Fremont Mall redevelopment contract. Is there any additional staff report on this?
Good evening, Mayor, members of the CDA, Jennifer Dam, Planning Director. This is the document that will allow the eventual issuance of the bonds to be by the occupation tax.
Any questions from the council? Okay. Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on this item. Seeing no comments from the public, I'll close the public hearing. Any additional comments from council? If there are none, I would take a motion. Councilman Horner,
I'll make a motion to approve resolution 2024-004, approving the bond subject to approval by the council of the Fremont Mall redevelopment contract.
Councilman Sukram, cast your votes. Take a motion to adjourn the CDA meeting. Councilman Jensen,
I'll make that motion.
Councilman Sukram,
I'll second
cast your votes to adjourn. CDA meeting is adjourned. I'll go ahead and open up the city council regular meeting. Time is 8:02. Opens Meeting Act is posted on the rear wall next to the agendas. This time we'll have roll call for the city council regular meeting.
Council members are present, Mayor.
My comments, I would just like to personally thank this Fremont Street Department, Superintendent Carrie Hoffert, for the work they did on our roads during this winter storm. I heard some great comments in regards to the timeliness and the quality of work they did. So I just wanted to thank them for their hard work during the storm. So that's all for my comments tonight. We'll go ahead and go to item 1 on the agenda as a motion to adopt the current agenda for the January 9th, 2024 regular meeting. Councilwoman Ganem,
I move we adopt the current agenda.
Councilman Jensen,
I'll second.
cast your votes. Moving on to appointments, item 2 is resolution 2024-003, establishing the board members of the Business Improvement District for the downtown area. We approved the 5-year renewal of the Business Improvement District. And now this will set the 11-member board. 10 of those are reappointments. Lindy Januowitz is the new appointment. Information for her is included in the backup. And so I would take any questions or comments from the council on these appointments to the BID. If there are none, I would take a motion. Councilman Sukram.
Make a motion to approve resolution 2024-003.
Councilwoman Ganem.
Motion.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 5-0, Mayor.
Item 3 is a motion to approve the recommendation, my recommendation to reappoint Becky Pence to a term on the library board ending January 2028. Ms. Pence will be a reappointment to the library board. Take any questions from the council on this item. Councilman Jensen.
If there are no questions, I'll make the motion to approve the reappointment of Becky Pence.
Councilman Sukram.
In that.
Cast your votes.
Mayor.
Item 4 is a motion to approve the recommendation of the mayor to appoint Blair Horner to an unexpired term of the Public Service Answering Point Governing Board ending December 2024. With the resignation of Councilmember Ellis, needed to reappoint someone to serve on the Public Answering Service Board. And so this would appoint Councilman Horner to carry out the remainder of his term. So take any questions. Don, I take a motion. Councilman Vaughn.
So moved.
Councilwoman Ganem. Cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0 with 1 abstention, Mayor.
We'll move on to public hearings. Item 5, resolution 2024-001 to approve the Fremont Mall redevelopment plan. I know we've discussed these issues at length. Take any additional questions that the council may have. I'll now open up the public hearing on this item. Seeing no comments, I'll close the public hearing. If there's no additional comments from council, I would take a motion. Councilman Horner.
I'll make a motion to approve resolution 2024-001.
Councilman Jensen.
I'll second.
Cast your votes. Item 6 is resolution 2024-016, establishing enhanced employment area for the Fremont Mall redevelopment plan. Again, are there any additional questions at this point from the council? Okay, I will now open the public hearing on this item. Seeing no comments, I'll close the public hearing. Any additional comments from council? If there are none, I would take a motion. Oh, I did not see you. My apologies. Well,
So as I went through the 400-page document and trying to consolidate at least the Fremont Mall area, I think I'd heard 20 years that we have that we're going to be doing this as an enhanced employment area. I couldn't really find that 20-year in that document, so I'm good to know that that's what we're looking at. So to my understanding, if I'm getting this right, we have 20 years to add 10 new jobs to this. That seems like we're increasing workforce and checking those boxes. I don't know if that's, on par with stagnation, but I'd just like to make that a note that it feels like for such a big investment that they should be doing more when they're just meeting that 500,000. And because we're such a low population, despite half of our workforce living outside of the outside of Fremont, as we went through a couple, meetings ago, it just seems like a really easy requirement for the hit on, especially if they're talking about, filling a vacancy of TGI Maxes. So just kind of seems a little interesting to me, and it would be nice if we could do more, have a more higher requirement, but that's my comments. Thank you.
Any other comments from the public that I missed? My apologies. Okay. Now go ahead again to the city council. Is there any questions or comments on this item? There are none. I would take a motion. Councilman Sukram,
I'll make that motion.
Councilman Horner,
I'll second.
cast your votes. Item 7, resolution 2024-002, approving the Fremont Mall redevelopment contract.
Mayor, if I may briefly, actually, Councilmember Dankins brought to our attention some kind of important amendments to this contract, not necessarily to the terms, but to some grammatical errors that we should clean up. And I'd like to have an amendment proposed to that effect. There are specifically 3 amendments and then one just clarification piece. The first amendment is adding commas on page 40, section 8 or page 8, section 4.03 of the contract. After the parentheses bond purchaser, there should be a comma there. And then it should read, and the agency or depository agreed to by the agency and redeveloper. There should be another comma there. So that's change number 1. Change number 2 is in section 4.07 on page 10 of the contract. It says to exceed twice. So that's just a grammatical error to fix. On page 4, or excuse me, on page 17, there's an extra N. It says it has in an. So get rid of that N. And then we just want to be clear that under the contract that the bond rate will be 7% as is listed in the bond that was approved by the CDA. So those are the 4 changes I'd request council to make an amendment to the contract.
Okay. Councilman Jensen.
Would that require an amendment for each of this or one blanket amendment to cover all of that?
If you're willing, all at one, please.
I'll make that amendment if this is the appropriate time.
Councilman Dinkins.
I'll second that.
Okay. Cast your votes to amend. Go ahead. Okay, are there any comments from the council at this point? We'll go ahead and open the public hearing. Seeing no comments, I'll close the public hearing. Any additional comments from council? If there are none, I would take a motion to approve the contract as amended.
Joey, I
Councilman
just
Warner.
wanted to make one quick comment.
Go ahead.
Tad, thank you for that thorough reading of the contract and pointing out that, as you described, $6.5 million comma.
Very good. Any other comments from council? Councilman Jensen.
I'll make the motion to approve amended resolution 2024-002.
Councilman Sukram.
I will second that.
Cast your votes. Item 8 is the ordinance 5656 approving the Fremont Mall occupation tax. There is a request to suspend the rules by the applicant and move to final reading. Is there any additional report from the staff? Nope. Okay.
Mayor, I would just add that this will not go into effect until the city receives notice of that large retailer tenant coming to town.
Thank you. Any other questions from the council? Okay, I'll open the public hearing on this item. Seeing no comments, I'll close the public hearing. Additional comments from council or a motion to introduce? Councilman Horner, go ahead.
Just so I understand, what we're voting on here is just the approval, and we're just being asked to consider suspending the rules. And that's not part of the vote right now, correct?
Correct. This first vote would just be to introduce and hold first reading. The applicant is requesting to move to final reading, but that'll be another vote of the council. So right now, take a motion to introduce and hold first reading. Councilwoman Ganem.
I move that we introduce and hold first reading of ordinance number 5656.
Councilman Jensen. Okay, cast your votes to introduce.
Mayor?
Now have first reading.
Ordinance providing for agreement to the levy of a retail business occupation tax, the levy of a retail business occupation tax, establishing definitions, providing for the administration of collections, returns, delinquencies, and recovery of unpaid amounts related to such occupation tax, setting the method of establishing the date of implementation of the occupation tax, specifying how such tax revenue will be used, authorizing the execution of a redevelopment contract, providing a sunset provision for the tax and related matters on first reading.
Councilwoman Ganem, Councilman Jensen.
I'll make the motion to consider the request to suspend the rules and move this to third and final reading.
Okay. Is there a second? Councilman Vaughn.
I'll second.
Okay. Cast your votes to request to suspend rules and move to final reading.
To Mayor.
Now have final reading.
An ordinance providing for agreement to the levy of a retail business occupation tax, the levy of a retail occupation tax, establishing definitions, providing for the administration, collections, return, delinquencies, and recovery of unpaid amounts related to such occupation tax, setting the method of establishing the date of implementation of the occupation tax, specifying how such tax revenue will be used, authorizing the execution of a redevelopment contract, providing a sunset provision for the tax and related matters on final reading.
Okay. Cast your final vote, ordinance 5656. Okay, moving on to number 9, resolution 2023-297 to adopt the 2024 to 2039 local option economic development plan.
So tonight, this public hearing for item 9 considers the revised local option economic development plan. And I realized yesterday that the lease and red line somehow did not convert when we converted it to PDF. So the first thing I would like you to do, I'd ask you to do, is receive the final revised red line copy.
Councilwoman Ganem.
Make a motion to receive the red line copy.
Councilman Sukram.
I'll second.
Cast your votes to receive.
Mayor?
You had a chance before the December meeting to review the conversion. Is the same thing, just for some reason the conversion did not work. So included in your staff report is a history of the Fremont's local option economic development plan. Also some background on the local option sales tax. This tax expires in 2024, and upon council approval, the question of continuing the sales tax will be considered again by the voters in May of 2024 at the primary. If the local option sales tax is voted to continue in the same manner, then an extended plan is required. And kind of a highlight for you for Nebraska statute, the ballot language about submitting the question and extending the plan to the public must also include the resolution adopting the plan. So this same ballot language will also appear later on the agenda in item 24, but any suggested revisions or anything like that should be discussed during this public hearing as opposed to later. Got that right, Travis? Okay. And so I just wanted to highlight that the plan itself has been reviewed and updated to comply with the latest Nebraska statute. It's effective June 1, 2024 to May 31st, 2039. This period aligns with the potentially extended local option sales tax plus an additional 5-year period. Because if the local option sales tax is extended in May of 2024, but not extended in 2034, then the plan will still be active for another 5 years to the any remaining funds. Here to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, any questions or comments from the council at this point? Councilman Von Baron.
I think it might be wise to consider suspending our normal rules of debate during, due to the number of questions that were raised last time, the number of people that are here to speak, that we might want to suspend our rules for this one and offer some more open comment. I'd like to make that a motion.
Okay. Motion to suspend the rules of debate. Is there a second to that? Councilman Vaughn?
I guess I'm unfamiliar with what that would entail and what that might encompass. Maybe a question for legal. What does that really do?
Yeah. So right now, section 2-108, section 15 limits during discussion, general debate, or debate on any particular agenda item, each council member shall confine his or her remarks to a total of 5 minutes. And then 14 says during debate or general debate on a particular item, no council member shall be allowed to speak more than once upon any particular agenda item until every council member desiring to do so shall have spoken. And no council member shall be allowed to speak more than twice. So these specifically can be suspended by a simple majority of the members present today.
Okay, thank you, legal. Okay, everybody clear on that motion? And ask for a second on that. Motion dies for lack of second. Okay, any additional comments or questions from the council? Councilman Jensen.
And I know they talked before about possibly the Lord team talked about wanting to amend slightly the language. That would come on item 25, correct? Not now? That would come now? Yeah, I would recommend that we amend the language in the first paragraph. It ends for the benefit of the city of Fremont. I would ask that we amend to add as previously established in 1999, just to make it clear to voters, we're not voting on a new tax. This is just an extension of what's is previously in place.
Are you looking under section 2? Are you referring to the ballot language?
I'm looking under 2023 302 under the ballot language.
302.
I think that resolution may be later in the agenda.
Yeah.
But does that apply to this plan? Is that in the plans? Yeah, right. That's
The so right now, the ballot language on resolution 2023-297 ends with continuing and amending the current economic development program. Did you want to say as established in 1999?
Want to add it to both of them? That's fine. Yes, that's fine. That wasn't back established in 99.
I don't think the plan.
The plan wasn't, no.
No, the plan was not. Tax was not the plan.
So you want to do that for the tax ask ballot question? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
That was my specific intent, yes.
I just want to be, I mean, you said before was that changes had to be made to this item. His change can be made if,
For the tax ask specifically, yes. Just if you want to change the ballot language for the plan, which is contained in 2023-297, you would, even though you're going to vote on approving the ballot language later as well, you'd want to make that change right now. Right.
And you were part of the two. The one I'm concerned most about changing is 302, the one about the tax.
Right, the intent is to.
If I don't need to do that now, I won't. If I do, I will.
Yeah, I thought so too, Travis, but if it's in 302 later, then we'll do. It says, economic development program. It doesn't say plan. The program itself has been in practice.
so legal, I'm waiting on to see if where this amendment needs to be made. So.
So for that one, to amend the ballot language for the tax ask for item 25, you can amend that when we get to item 25. For item 24, that item 24 also includes the ballot language that we'll use for the plan, approving the plan. If you wanted to make, because that's identical to what is listed up at item number 9. So resolution 2023-301 has the same ballot language as the item 2023, the item we're considering now, on item number 9. So if you want to make any changes to that, we would make that now. But you're specifically referring to item 25, a different 2023 to the tax ask. 2023-302, you can make that amendment when we get to that item.
I'll withdraw and make that.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Councilman Horner?
I don't need to comment now.
Okay. Okay, are there any Councilman Von Baron, you had the chance to speak. I want to be respectful to go ahead.
That was just an open, okay.
Okay.
No, I appreciate that. One thing I would like to do, I discussed with legal, back in 2014, there was quite a bit of heartburn with people thinking that they didn't really understand the ballot language. And if it would be acceptable, legal suggested a wording that we might go with that would, it's a very simple edit to the wording, and it would simply clarify the ballot language. So if there would be a motion to receive the document.
Okay, Councilman Sukram.
The motion.
Would that be a second? Well, go ahead. Never mind. Go ahead. We'll take a second. Yep. Is there a second to receive? Councilwoman Ganem,
I'll second.
cast your votes to receive.
For those of you who don't have the advantage of being able to see this, it's just a very simple edit. It simply says, it explains what a vote of yes means or what a vote of no means. So the simple edit is it adds a vote of yes means that the proceeds from the 0.5% sales use tax will be used. A vote of no means that the entire proceeds go to police and fire on a 50-50 basis. Basically, it's saying the identical thing. The ballot language itself is unchanged. It just simply says a vote of yes means, a vote of no means. So it should help, hopefully, provide clarification for some of the questions that have been asked in the past.
Okay. Is there anything else you want?
No, that's a simple edit. And I've already cleared it with legal. It appears that it meets legal standards.
Yes, that is correct. Where you see the X's there, that's supposed to say 1/3 of the proceeds from the 5% sales and use tax are to be used. Those are all supposed to say 1/3. So this would clarify that a yes vote on this ballot item would mean that 1/3 of the proceeds from the 0.5% sales and use tax, assuming that's approved, would go to the economic development program. 1/3 would go to police and fire, and 1/3 would go to construction and infrastructure.
Okay. Mr. Von Baron, anything else? Is it?
No, it's just simple
Just to
clarification.
receive, right?
It seems straightforward. I'd like to, if it's appropriate, just move that we accept this edit. Make the amendment, please.
Are there any other questions from the council? Councilman Horner.
Is this not more appropriate to be done later on the agenda, as we've already discussed about the one other amendment?
No.
Instead of doing it now?
Nope. So if you look at the resolution, this specifically lists the ballot language for approving the plan. So this is the time where you would make that amendment. The other one was referring to just the tax ask itself, which we'll get to later.
Then my other question would be, I know that as the city should not be advocating one way or the other for a tax. Does this language do any of that? I mean, if we're presenting choices, are we then advocating one way or the other on this?
I don't believe this would go so far as advocating. I think it's more descriptive.
I'll have to review again, but it may seem as though it might be confusing that, hey, we get rid of economic development and we can put all the money on police and fire. But that amount is minuscule compared to their $35 million budget. So I'm not, I just give me some time to read that again.
If I may, it's what you're seeing is simply the ballot language that was already there. None of the language has been changed. It just says a yes vote means a no vote means. That's all it is.
Okay. There is a motion to amend from Councilmember Von Baron that needs to happen on this item with this.
So
It would be listed after on page 203 of the agenda packet, resolution 2023-297. This language would be inserted after the lines of yes and no, before you get to the terms and conditions of the economic development plan.
any other comments from the council? Haven't spoken at this point. No, Councilmember Dinkins.
I just have a question. Maybe it's for legal or I'm not sure, but so which is going to come on the ballot first? Do we know? 302 or 297?
I would recommend 302 go first. We can request the Dodge County treasurer to, or election commissioner to put it that way. We don't necessarily have control over it, but I believe they would put it, they would recognize our request. But at this point, I don't know. I could try to get more information on that, but our hands would be tied to Dodge County at that point.
Okay. And then just for clarification, so if 302 goes first, Councilman Van Buren, are you saying that this is basically verbatim? This would be the same thing on the next ballot or the second item on the ballot then?
Yeah. Everything, nothing has changed from the ballot language intended. It just simply says, if you vote yes, this is what it means. And if you vote no, what it means. If you go down to the existing ballot language, you'll come to the same conclusion. This just simply makes it more clear.
And to be clear, back in 2014, it was the plan first and then the tax. So I think that would make sense for it to work like that. So I would see the county doing what they've done in the past. So. Okay, there's a motion to amend this with this document. I would take a second. Councilmember Sukram.
I'll do the second.
Cast your votes to amend. Okay, we're now gonna, there's any other comments from Ms. Olson on this at this point? Okay, go ahead and open the public hearing on this item.
Megan Stiles, Executive Director of Greater Fremont Development Council, address is 1005 East 23rd. Just here to voice our support as the Greater Fremont Development Council for renewing the plan and retaining those levels of investment out of 33rd and 3rd. I've shared a lot of information with quite a few of you over the past couple of weeks, and so I just appreciate your time listen and review that information. But just wanted to kind of reiterate a couple of things briefly. One, we took a look at the amount of investment since 2015, and took a look at 13 kind of large projects that LB 40 helped to land and bring to our area. And of those 13 projects since 2015, we've seen the LB 40 is giving around $1 million a year into those to those projects, but that has had a ripple effect across our local economy of about 686 million annually. So it's a pretty good return for what it's done for our community, and that also includes a sales tax increase between 2015 and 2022 across Dodge County of about 16 million, putting us at about 41 million today, as well as about 200 million in new property valuations. So it's bringing money back into the city and help filling, you know, giving more funds and different avenues for other pieces of local and public funding. It also helps us win projects that are looking at multiple communities, but also retain and grow existing businesses. And it's one of the only programs out there as economic developers. We have a lot of small businesses coming to us asking for assistance, and there's really not a lot out there for smaller businesses. And this is one of the only programs that we can really point them to. And so this is a really flexible program that lets us help a variety of different types and sizes of businesses. And not only that, but it is very flexible, and it's something that we can be creative with as a community, and gives us the ability to respond to challenges and opportunities at a local level that we probably would not have otherwise. So I wanted to bring forward the example of housing. The FTC is actually a recipient of the fund for our housing programs. We have about 1.5 million of LB 840 funds that we leveraged into a state grant of additional 1.8 million, and then also raised money from the business community to create a total of 4.4 million in housing funds. And since 2018, that's created 530 new housing units. And also just earlier this year, we kicked off a new program using those funds. That's allowed us to so far take on 16 housing units that were deteriorating or abandoned. And so it's kind of interesting the way you can be creative with this. Those are all revolving funds. And so those will come back in and continue to do good things in our community going forward. And I think that's just one example of the way we can use these kinds of funds to be creative and keep that momentum in our community and happening for our community. So just wanted to voice that support, and I appreciate action on it. Thank you.
Fremont. Well, I guess after the discussion of last meeting, I was hoping it might come up with a little better. Instead of a third, and a third, you take some money away from economic development. Not against it, but all the time. This was set up originally to take care of streets and stuff. Was originally it one before you took the caps off. You're going to be building a new police station. This tax could help pay for some of those bonds. Added more housing, more businesses, stretches your police and fire department more. They're going to need more resources. This is a place to get it. Suggest that we cut back the amount that they get for economic development and put it toward those things. Also, economic development could go more for the small businesses and small things rather than some of these big deals that they've always doing. I don't think there's anybody here to say that streets don't need more money. Use it. If voters don't pass the plan as it's written, economic development gets nothing. I'm pushed to make sure people know that they get nothing. Time we put our money back there, and economic development takes a back seat a little bit toward that.
Council, my name is Jessica Coltyman. I'm the Director of Administration for Lincoln Premium Poultry. I'm also the chair of the GSDC board this year.
As many of you know, I served as a liaison between Costco and the governor's office and the state agencies when they were looking at coming to Fremont. And in that role, I got to have a very unique seat at the table to kind of see what they were thinking about and considering as they were looking at where they wanted to build what ultimately became Lincoln Premium Poultry. And companies have specific requirements that they are looking at. They have dozens of considerations. They look at the character and the culture of a community. They look at the workforce, schools, taxes, proximity to where their products or services are needed. But make no mistake about it, they also look at the bottom line. One thing that was very important in the Costco conversation was they wanted a community that had a growth mindset. And LB 840 and the money that was offered by the city of Fremont through this program was something that they very seriously considered. It set Fremont apart from other places that they were looking at. It also reflects that the community is very focused on growing communities through business attraction and courting businesses. So how does a company such as LPP, what also became a business in this community, how does that help energize and grow a community like Fremont? Well, first of all, I want to say thank you to all of you in the room. We have many partners here represented through the city, through the utilities, through the county, through our business partners. And we wouldn't be nearly as successful if it wasn't for those relationships and the partnerships we've developed during that time. But also, I think that we've helped this community by becoming an engaged civic and philanthropic partner. I think I wrote you in a letter and shared that our wage average is, the average wage at our company right now is $24 an hour, which comes out to about $50,000 a year. And that does not include the benefits package. It doesn't include the time and energy and support that people put back into the community as well. But I think that's only just a small part of the story. I think the rest of the story is our partnerships with all the different small businesses in this community that we have utilized to help make our business successful. It's expanded goods and services here to fill our needs. For example, Les Schallberg couldn't be here tonight, and he asked if I would share the story of our partnership with his company, which is Fremont Electric. And that was a partnership that developed during our courtship, if you want to call it, when we were considering Fremont. And one of the first conversations we had with a business partner in this community was with Les. And we said, we know we're going to need electricians. We know that they're hard to come by. You're already here, you're established. We want to develop a partnership with you so that when we open our doors, we already know that we have electricians in your workforce that we can hire to come work as a partner with us. They'll be your employees, but they're going to be working in our building. So Les went out early and added some employees knowing he was going to have that partnership with us. Another one here in the room is Mitch Sawyer. We knew that we wanted to partner with someone locally for trash services. And so we established that relationship, and he was able to grow and expand his business as the partnership developed. Structural Components is here tonight with Diane Mallet. We used their product to help build all of our barns around the regions. That is the tip of the iceberg of the kinds of partnerships, synergies, and growth that can come from companies like ours coming into the area. The annual economic impact of LPP was estimated to be about $1.3 billion annually. We believe at this time, knowing what we know now, that's probably fairly conservative. 7 years ago, that was about 1% of the state's GDP, and that's centered right here in Fremont. So being part of the LPP family and part of the community of Fremont has been an extraordinary experience for me. I'm very grateful. When I first came to this community, I was so impressed by the growth mindset that this community had and by the way that everyone worked together to really help promote that and continue to urge the growth in this community. So I'd like to encourage your support of LB 840 funding as is currently funded. And I want to thank you for everything you're doing to help grow our community. Any questions?
Thank you.
Matt Getchman, 1145 Timberwood Lane, Ames, Nebraska.
as mayor, kind of responsible for the plan as we know it today. Back in 2010, when I became mayor, the community and our council came together. We had several study sessions that brought community leaders, brought philanthropists together, brought business people together, and we asked, what do you want in this community? Where do you want us to go? And it was never so clear. Everybody came and said, we need to grow. So in that process, as we began to put infrastructure in place, put programs in place, all of a sudden we came up, and in 2014, we had to renew this plan. And we formed a committee, again, of councilmen, GFDC, business leaders. We came together, and one of the things that was apparent that the cap on economic development was definitely hampering what we could actually do with our economic development. And I get that it at the time, I think the cap was 600,000 and thereabouts. And the other two were getting somewhere between 640, 680, 720, depending upon the year, each. So that was the difference in the split. We decided and thought that we should make it a third and a third and third, because it's the only tool that we have as far as, yeah, we have tax increment financing, but as far as a tool that's simple and a tool that can be used by small business, large business, and this is the main tool that we had in the community. And we put the plan together. We sold the plan on the fact that, you know, as far as community, Paul Marsh kind of led that drive, and he's not with us anymore, but at the end of the day, he led that drive, that a third and a third was necessary for economic development. You can see if you go from 2015 to 2021, the increased growth that this community has seen. And without LB 840 and without this plan and the funding that I hope that we continue to approve at the same level, this decision is going to carry us for the next 15 years. So it's one of the most important decisions as a council and as mayor and as a community that we'll make as we move forward. And I just appreciate your support as we move forward and hope we can continue to fund it at the same levels. Thank you.
G Drive, Fremont. I was thinking I was gonna introduce this later for 24, 25, but I guess you're talking about language for the plan, so I guess it'll fit in here. In the local option economic development plan, in the agenda packet info under administration of economic development plan, the outline, there's a heading, process to ensure confidentiality of business information received. Goes on to describe the reasons for the confidentiality. The city of Fremont will take such steps that may be necessary to ensure the confidentiality of the information it receives pursuant to the the state regulation. And it lists 4 items. I looked at some couple Fremont Tribune articles, and one of them is Infinite 8 Institute for Drone Research and Technology announces new location in Fremont. It's from November 2018. And then there's an article, Progress 2019, a look at LB 840. And it looked at businesses that got the 840 funding. I'm wondering, what happened to the Infinite Eight Drone Institute and the $200,000 LB-840 funds it borrowed for 2018 over 5 years. It was promoted heavily by Gary Clark, Executive Director of Greater Fremont Development Council. Did the drones ever get off the ground? I don't find any reference to it in Fremont. One of the articles that went through a history of, I don't know, Washington, D.C. and I don't know, St. Louis or whatever the other places were. Maybe if you're talking about changing wording, maybe you should modify some words there that if a proposed business fails, to allow an analysis of the failure. What did the plan administrator, the city advisory review committee, and city council miss? That was why wasn't the business successful? But the main question we have before us tonight is, do we want the split of the 0.5% in sales tax money to go to 1/3 economic development, 1/3 to be used for police and fire departments, and 1/3 for street construction and renovation? Police and fire departments and street construction renovation get a larger portion of the funds, while economic development gets a smaller amount. I think so. Keep in mind, we will definitely need funds for rebuilding our police and fire stations, and many of our streets need repair. Improving both of these items will also be important to attracting new businesses to Fremont. There's your economic development. Should Fremont government be involved in picking winners and losers in private business? In free enterprise, a business succeeds or fails on its merits, unhindered by government. Of course, we always have the climate business, and the EDI comes from federal. I think we should direct the portion of sales taxes where we know they will be needed, and a smaller amount, if any, to speculative business tax. Thank you.
David Mitchell, 1129 Nye Avenue. I just want to make a few small global points, I guess, from my perspective. I moved out here back in 1985, and right after law school, originally just intending to live here for a couple of years and learn how to try cases, and somehow this community got its hooks in me, or I got my hooks in it. And Nick Lamb had recommended pretty shortly after I came to the community, get involved with the chamber, get involved with public philanthropic activities. It says you'll thrive, you'll get a lot out of it. So I jumped into the diplomats at the chamber right away, and kind of eventually worked my way through the board. And back at that time, 38 years ago, 20 pounds and a lot of hair, the chamber was shared. GFDC and the chamber were essentially one of the same offices right next to each other. I think the executive director wore both hats at the time. And so once I worked into a more leadership role with the chamber, I was able to get involved in economic development efforts. We had for decades had suffered the after effects of the independence from dependence years of prior administrations, where the city just didn't grow. And the problem was, back in 1985, all the way through 2002, when Natura decided to make Fremont its home, we had no economic development tools, nothing in our coffers. Columbus, on the other hand, had NPPD and lots of money to throw at businesses who wanted to locate there. They also had loop public power. So essentially, for the 17 years until Natura came here, which was 3 years after LB 840 came on the books down at the legislature, we came in second place. I can't tell you how many times over those years to Columbus. We watched those businesses drive right by and pick Columbus. And in auction terms, we were the bridesmaid literally every time with respect to those particular opportunities, because we didn't have anything in our coffers, no community chest and whatnot, in spite of the fact that community leaders, city council members, city administrators, influencers such as our local political representatives, we'd get together, put together great packages for these business opportunities that come into town, but it just wasn't enough because they expected at least something to get them there for economic reasons and a number of other reasons. Then LB 840 gets adopted. We're able to build up some steam with those funds, and we were able to throw our hat in the ring with respect to Natura. And in 2002, I had the privilege of being at the ground floor along with a number of other business leaders and helping bring Natura to town. It was a huge team effort, and we partnered with the city. Natura came to town. I think the LB 840 was used about 560,000, I think, with a forgivable loan, if I recall correctly. They established a great manufacturing facility here, relatively smoke-free. Have great jobs, great product, and it's been a success story. And then from that point on, you've seen the stats that Megan has provided to you. LB 840 has been a key economic development tool for our city, the absence of which we might not be much different than we were prior to 2002. And now we're embarking on a Port Authority and a number of other growth opportunities. And I think we just need to keep in mind that over the course of these last 38 years, when I've been here, we have partnered with the business community as well as the city. This is a partnership, a 1/3, 1/3, 1/3 partnership. And you can't have economic development if you don't have the funds available for economic development. And when it was questioned earlier about, well, why do we need economic development? Why are businesses getting these things? Businesses provide jobs, and those employees buy homes. The businesses expand our tax base. The employees expand our tax base. They buy goods and services. That's the ripple effect that Megan was talking about, that these businesses, when they come to town, have to our overall economy. And without the efforts, because the city of Fremont doesn't have its own economic development arm, it's important to have a separate nonprofit so that companies can come to town and tour in confidence, knowing that they can explore opportunities without it being splashed on the front page. So organizations like GFDC are critical, they're vital, they're absolutely necessary for the growth and thriving aspect of any given community. So I just want to close with, this isn't a GFDC versus city versus fire versus police thing. This is a team, this is a partnership, all three things of which we need to be a thriving community. So thank you.
Richmond 1831 Fawn Circle, Fremont, Nebraska. Much like Dave, I moved my family here 15 years ago from Missouri. Promised my wife we'd be here for 3 years, and it's been gone. And here we are 15 years later. I'm also the incoming chair of the GFDC, and I'm also the president and CEO of Methodist Fremont Health. And I find it somewhat refreshing that we're having this discussion tonight. Not whether or not LB 840 makes sense, but simply over how to spend the money. And it sounds like there's general agreement that at least a portion of that should go to economic development. I think one can make an argument that maybe more than a third of that should go for economic development. I'm not here to make that argument, but I think it to the point that others have made today, I think it's a really fair partnership, the 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. I think sometimes we have a tendency to focus on the larger companies like LPP that have been great for our community, but there have been lots of smaller businesses that have gotten LB 840 monies as well. And I think, we talk about small businesses, even those, small businesses that haven't gotten LB 840 money, they've benefited from LB 840. The employers that have come to town, those people that are living in our community, those people that are eating and shopping here are spending their money in small businesses. And so I think clearly the small business owners, probably benefit probably more than the larger organizations. I can tell you from a Methodist Fremont Health perspective, after years of little to no growth, as Fremont has gained momentum in recent years, we have too. That's allowed us to remain competitive in a very, very competitive, employment market right now. It's allowed us to attract and retain people to our community. It's allowed us to grow. It allows us to be competitive with our larger competitors in urban markets that have some advantages from a scale perspective. So, I just point out the fact that, I think we all win with LB 840, and I think we all win when we spend that money on economic development. Clearly, we need better roads and better fire and police. I think everybody's supportive of that. I know all of you are as well. I think we're just simply making the argument that it takes all of that in economic development, helps not only grow our community, but also support fire and police. And thank you again. I appreciate your time. Again, I've been here a while, ups and downs of Fremont, and I just think our council now is in a really good position. I thank all of you for your service to our community. Thank you.
Ballot. I'm here representing Structural Component Systems, 1255 Front Street. I'm just going to summarize. I know I sent all of you a letter, so I'm just going to summarize a few of those points. I'm very proud to be part of an organization that's employee owned and has been in Fremont, headquartered here in Fremont since 1987, like several other companies, we benefited from receiving LB 840 sales tax dollars back in 2015. And these funds helped us to add our location at 1035 East Dodge Street. And by the way, the west third of that building is also occupied by another business we rent to Purina. Because of an additional expansion, we've already notified them that we will be not renewing their lease and expanding into that. And so they will also be looking for another location here in Fremont. Received our LB 840 loan of $600,000 back in 2015. We were required to make a capital investment of $564 and to create 35 new jobs, averaging $15 an hour. As a result of this expansion, we added over 100 jobs with a capital investment considerably higher than that amount. And today our total employee totals more than double that from 2015, which were 209 to 540 today. Included in, and that doesn't include the jobs that Purina also has in that west part of that building. Included in our employee base are our architectural designers, estimators, project managers, project coordinators, higher level positions that a lot of people think aren't in manufacturing, but they are. In addition to our plant and logistics workers in our Fremont plant. And in January 2020, we announced that we were creating an ESOP and became employee owned. And that's also been a great asset to our employees. So not only do our employees now average in Fremont close to $28 an hour, but their average ESOP value of those that are in that ESOP are in 3 years, averaging $50,000 each in a retirement plan. So as part of our acceptance of these funds, our property was annexed and also put back on the tax base for Fremont. And we've continued to expand, adding property on Morningside to expand our fleet to over 30 semis and to add property to store our product. And we're also expanding and adding onto that building as well. So LB 840 is not just to bring in new business, but also to expand businesses like ours. One more thing I want to add. I, like the couple that spoke earlier, I've been involved in economic development in this community. I actually worked for the Fremont Chamber when the economic development arm was under that staff back in the late eighties and 1990s. And I remember what it was like prior to LB 840 and how, when we could not, we struggled to incentivize companies to locate or expand in Fremont. It was really hard and we were scrutinized so and you stole my thunder, Dave, because economic times were maybe a little tougher also back then. But I remember hearing time and time again, why can't we Fremont be like Columbus? I was so tired of hearing that. Look at all their expansion on Highway 30. Why can't we be like them? LB 840 since then has given us the tools to help compete with communities like Columbus and other communities and other states. Just amazing what it's done for us. Consequently, I urge you to vote for continue to allow leave the language as is, 1/3 of the dollars of the half-cent sales tax to go to economic development.
East Fifth Street. Contrary to popular belief, I'm not here to advocate against economic development. Might come as a shock, I suppose, to some of you. I do think that economic development has and will continue to play a significant role in helping Fremont grow. And that the primary focus and the use of these kinds of funds ought to be directed at small and medium-sized business ventures. Not so much necessarily on large business ventures, which we have attempted to do so much in the past, because they have vast other resources available to them, TIP and other things that allow them to get into our communities. But certainly LB 840 has played a role for many of our large and small businesses. Some daycares and others come to mind, and they've typically had skin in the game when they got funds. And loans to me are better than grants because loans recycle. And you get to reinvest and reinvest and reinvest. If you give grants, well, not so much. But here's the dilemma for me. And I know that Mayor Getchman came and spoke as to how some of this played out. I mentioned this last time. This played out to start with because there was a council member that thought our streets were in disrepair and they needed to be fixed. And a tax was invoked to give us funding to allow that to happen. I'm sure all of you, as I was when I was on council, got calls repeatedly. Our streets are in disrepair. They are still in disrepair. We have spent negligible amounts on street repair work over the course of this LB 840. It's not LB 840's fault necessarily, but we haven't focused our funds to actually do those street improvements. We've paid for beltway expenses and other kinds of things with street funds. And so when we look at what's really at stake here, when we say, well, do we want to spend a third? I think that may have been maybe good at the time. I think it was problematic when it was implemented because the ballot language at the time, when we took off the 500, I think it was $500,000 or maybe $600,000 cap, was not clear to the public. I don't think that they were fully aware of what they were doing at the time of that election because the ballot language wasn't clear enough. We need to make sure that's the case. But part of the problem with a third bucket continuing for the next 10 years or more is the fact that we have, at the time we took that cap off, put a significant burden on public safety, police and fire. They lost funding when we took money away with the $500,000 cap that was there and raised the amount that economic development could work with. So police and fire sacrificed available funds. What did they use those funds for? Equipment. I don't know if they use it for personnel, but they spend the money. If you now say to the police and fire departments, you're going to also fund bond interest for building new buildings out of the money that you get, they'll take another hit. It was something like $1 million or $1.5 million, I think, that those budgets lost at the time we took off the cap and gave economic development a third. Now you're going to have to pay bond interest as well out of their funds, which further penalizes public development. It may not affect streets, but we haven't been spending on streets. So my concern would be, you ought to be offering the public some opportunity here to pick and choose on the ballot. It was suggested that, it's either a third, or you can just go to, you don't like that, so it's gonna go 50-50 because economic development doesn't get a nickel. I'm not an advocate of that. I think economic development should get some funds. The real question is, should it continue to get a third? In light of the fact that public safety is gonna have to fund bonds. If you don't think that that's appropriate, then you should offer an alternative in the middle that shows you've analyzed this, that says, today it's a third, a third, a third. Tomorrow it could be, I don't know, 40-40-20 or 45-45-10. Or if you don't like that, it goes to 50-50 and economic development's out. At least then you have weighed in the things that you have discussed repeatedly during the course of the budget cycle with regards to the funding and the payment of buildings and bonds and the fact that we're going to build all these new buildings, but they're going to have to be bonded. And so if you're using this money to pay for that, we need to make sure we're putting that in the police and fire bucket, not so much in the economic development bucket. I don't advocate getting rid of the bucket. I do advocate making sure that the public is clear on this. I would encourage you to think about whether or not this particular item, you should continue to the next meeting still. I challenge each of you to ask, how many of your constituents did you talk about with a third versus would you like to spend more money on streets? Would you like to spend more money on funding police and fire? We couldn't even get the firefighters added in the budget cycle last time because, quote, we couldn't find the money. So think seriously about whether police and fire ought to get a larger percentage this time round. And we ought to at least keep streets the way they are and spend the money on the streets locally. Thank you.
First, I'd like to open up with a big thanks to those that actually put forth the effort in trying to be transparent and trying to change the wording to make it more accommodating to the average voter in a lot of the jargon. You know, as a proponent and advocate for ethics, you know, it's really important to me that we make sure that we are transparent in the dealings that we're having. Secondly, I'd like to thank the street department. You know, while there is definitely things that need to be done, there have been a lot of times where I have called the street department and they've been prompt on their repairs. You know, for potholes, called the Parks and Rec department for relaying out Hormel Park. Within a couple of weeks, they were out there with new gravel. But at the same time, there are other areas like on First Street from Bell to Main Street that I refuse to drive on anymore because I know it's damaging the suspension on my car, because while it doesn't have potholes, you feel every single bump in the road. And I have new shocks and I have, you know, an updated suspension, but I'm not going to wear and tear, you know, my car on that street when I could actually take it one street that we haven't done, which is Military. But, you know, before that on Military, it was a washboard, you know, from the warp and wear and tear and the long time of disarray of us actually updating those things. Now, moving on to the topic of a third, you know, I've listened to a lot of the other people here. It definitely, you know, it's good to have that team mentality that, you know, we're working on in this together. And it's nice to buy into the thought that, you know, if we're increasing economics, we're increasing money in the city, which means more money for taxes that are being, you know, people are spending money for those things. But at the same time, we need to understand that two meetings ago, we had a report where we're talking about 50% of the workforce is outside of Fremont. So, you know, while we're driving more jobs and more opportunities here in Fremont, how much of that money is actually remaining in Fremont? It's a really good question to ask. So I definitely would be, you know, something even for like 35, 30, drawing just a little bit away, because we need to understand that as we are growing in our economics, that we don't eclipse the needs of our fire and street safeties, and that we're also meeting the housing costs as well, so that we can actually capture the money from these jobs that we're bringing to market. So thank you so much.
Council, Chuck, 815 North Howard Street. I just wanted first and foremost say thank you to the I was able to visit with via phone and in person regarding LB 840 split. I'm glad I didn't send Tad a letter, just so he would, not leak it. Bad for the conversation. I also am president and CEO of RBR Bank. I have seen firsthand how LBA $40 have affected small business, how it has helped them to grow their business, how it has helped them to next level. I also sit on the Citizens Advisory Review Committee. I've been sitting on that for quite some time. And of the projects, it's always interesting to me, the scope and size that we look at. We can look at very small companies, i.e. daycares, all the way to Lincoln Premium Poultry and grain. But it's always interesting how those dollars have really launched those small businesses, or at least helped them to launch. And there's a lot of statistics out there. I know you have all gotten those numbers, so I won't bore you with that, but I am here to, again, support the 1/3, 1/3 split as the plan is stated, and hopefully that will be supported by the council. Thank you.
Matt Mueller, 1410 with Garden City Road right here in Fremont, USA. I just wanted to say I am on the LORC committee, the loan option review team, along with GFDC. I'm the incoming chair for the Fremont Chamber as well. And I am a commercial banker with FNBO here at Fremont. I'm born and raised here, went to Fremont Bergen, ended up leaving town, coming back about 7 years ago to work for the bank here in town. One big thing about coming back was we wanted a place to live. We wanted a community that we felt like was advantageous to us and our family. We lived in Kansas City for 15 years before we came back. A lot of amenities in the larger city, as you may know. One big deal that we have here in Fremont is we do compete a lot with Omaha. Omaha's right down the street. Top competitor of ours. A lot of our business drives out of Omaha to do business. Love to retract and retain that money here within the city. I believe this plan, being a third, will help do that. It also helps with housing, which we haven't talked a lot about either. So as you all know, the 505 building was dilapidated for years. LBA 40 money helped with that rehabilitation, brought housing downtown, spurring economic development within the downtown city limits as well. So those types of programs are helping out, along with apartment complexes that are coming up, north of town and also east of town. LBA 40's helped with that as well to help spur that housing development within the community. We also are working on a program through GFDC to help some of these dilapidated houses within our community just become better. We're doing some rehab projects. We're actually putting boots to the ground to really help rehab some of these vacant lots, some of these empty businesses. This program has helped with all of that. So yes, it is important that we do service, the police, fire. That's obviously important. Streets, that is important, but this is also important too. And it will help our community grow and become stronger and a better place to raise a family.
Any additional comments from the public? Okay, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing on this item. Okay, additional comments from council. Councilman Horner?
I'll keep this brief. I was taking notes and listening to everybody talk, and I'm glad that I hear so much interest in small business. I'm a independent contractor. My day job is realtor with Don Peterson and Associates. I don't work for Don Peterson and Associates. I'm self-employed. I'm a small business. So I have near and dear to my heart small business. I ask Angie, and Angie, thank you for the information. I asked her just for a brief recap, 5 years of historical allocations for LB 840. There's 16 items on here. I'm only going to count 15 because one company received 2 staunches during that time period. When I look at it, what I'm really pleased about is 13 of those I would classify as small business. 2 of them I'd classify as large businesses. So I think that the allocations here have been, aiming at small businesses, helping the fabric of the community. I think we've got to keep in mind impact when we think about it. I'm going to talk about 505 Brewing because I kind of go there a lot. And I'm very glad to see that they came. But it is interesting to note when you look at their $165,000, $33,000 per job. That's small business. I go down and I look at the one right below them, Holstone Foods, we gave them 1.3 million. And I know that sounds like, oh my gosh, look at that. There's proof. We gave the big business more money. I look over though, 2166 per job. It's impact, right? Impact. Now think about impact. 165 really helped 505. And I'm glad that we gave it to them. And I'm glad that we gave 1.3 to Holstone. I think we need to trust the process and the system. The other thing I want to point out is when I'm listening to it, I'm hearing a lot about the funding part, and I'm new here, so I had to go and do some learning. So I went to the budget because the city budget is going to tell the truth in the whole story, if you ask me. 1/3, 1/3, 1/3 provides 1/3 of 1% for economic development. When I look through and I look at the city budget, I don't find a line item for economic development. I find a line item for roads. I find a line item for police. I find a line item for for fire department, and they should be there. But I don't find a line item for economic development. So the only thing that I'm seeing that we're doing for economic development is the 1/3. And if we take that away, I don't know where we're going to get money for economic development. I think the chamber does a good job. I know GFDC does a good job, but they need the help. And I think we have to really think long and hard before we push to take away this one tool that we have. Now, I know nobody likes to hear this, but if you're really worried about roads, maybe you should start thinking about the levy. There's another way to get more money into the city coffers. Nobody wants to pay more property taxes, especially me. But there are other levers to pull for those other items. And if we're really that concerned about it, maybe we got to expand this conversation about those other items. But I do think we got to be very careful here. And so as I've gone through and I've listened, I think it's pretty clear which way I'm going to vote.
Any other comments from council? Councilman Von Baeren.
Yeah, I'd like to make have request a document to be received.
Okay. Is there a motion to receive the document?
Could I make that motion?
Oh, motion's made. Is there a second? Councilman Dinkins. Okay. Cast your votes to receive.
I've got one.
Got it.
Motion carries 6-2, Mayor.
The document I'm handing out, and I don't expect I'm going to change anybody's mind in this, but for number one, my entire private and public life has been spent in business, corporate, personal businesses, a couple that I shouldn't have gotten involved in. So my whole perspective is truly a business world. Secondly, there's no question that LB 840 funds do a lot of good for business development and promotion. I have no problem with that at all. The thing that has always bothered me is I keep asking the question, what's the net impact to the city of Fremont? Because the net impact to the city of Fremont is how it impacts our people. And so what this bothered me enough, and I'll be happy to give copies of this to any of you in the audience, but back in 2019, I went through 10 years of IRS and Nebraska Department of Revenue data. And I asked three simple questions. Most of our rationale at that time for investing in business was we could bring in more population to pay the taxes, more taxable property, and we would have salary and wage growth, which would enhance the community. And all of those make sense. So I simply went back and I took the IRS and the Department of Revenue data for Fremont, and I looked at it. And of course, it's no surprise to anybody that our population needle has not moved much. I've got this in a couple of graphs, maybe about 5% at that time. I expect it's not a lot more. Taxable property had gone up about 23%. Wages and salaries had gone up about 28%, which is good. But when you adjusted it for inflation, we had just kept pace with inflation. We hadn't grown ourselves against the curve at all. But in that time, property taxes went up 42%. So the question is, and I don't think this proves anything, but I think we certainly have to raise the question. It's not economic development, but are there secondary impacts that we're creating and burdens on the community as far as infrastructure, schools, parks, ancillary services, the things that never get calculated into the total cost? We measure 840 funds largely by taxable property. We talk about jobs retained, but we never talk about the net to the community. And I'm glad Columbus has been brought up so consistently because at that time it was our model at the same time. So I just ran the same data against Columbus, just same comparison. Population, we gained 5%, they gained about 6%. So roughly the same. Taxable property, we gained 23%, but they gained 40%, which on the surface is really good. But property taxes in Columbus went up 47%, excuse me, compared to Fremont at 42%, Columbus's went up 52%. Average taxation per person, Fremont went up 35%. Columbus went up 42%. So in some regards, I'm very glad we are not Columbus. My point is the growth isn't bad, but my point is, and I don't expect I'm going to sway anybody's opinion with this, but my point is I believe there are unintended consequences that we're not looking at that we don't see in total. The case that's been made here tonight, exactly right. Megan has been great providing information. Chuck, the conversation, I appreciate it. So many of you have been positive and very helpful, but I keep asking the same question. What is the net benefit back to the people of Fremont? Now you add, we've procrastinated, our own fault. Police station is probably going to cost us another, by the time you look at some of our improvements, we've delayed another 10 to 15 million. We've invested a number of years of our street funds into the southern bypass, which I would argue is economic development. We've got a raft of things in this community that I understand, but here's my point. I'm not against 840. All I'd simply like to do is ask the council to think through this, not necessarily tonight, but as we go on. Think about the unintended or the other impacts in Fremont that may not be factored in. Thank you.
Okay, any additional comments from the council? Councilwoman Ganem.
No, I think we've had deferred some road work. But if you look at the budget, we certainly have added funds. And if you travel around Fremont, you see that work is in fact being done. I would have to ask the budget person how much that has increased over this last year, but it's not that we're deferring anything at this point, and we are adding and addressing those issues. Fire and police, absolutely. That is number one priority, is our safety and our concern. And yes, we have plans in advance, and the police, yes, we didn't vote for a new police department, but it is still needed. It doesn't mean the needs went away because the people didn't vote for a joint law enforcement center out at the tech park. those needs are still there and they will still have to be addressed. There are more funding ways for fire and police and streets than there certainly are for our economic development. This is the only fund for economic development. The programs, we'll have to look at some of the programs. Do they outweigh some of the disadvantages, if you want to call that? One of my favorites is the housing, because I think housing is so critical in Fremont. It's absolutely necessary, and we have more need than we're able to fill. And that's allowing for redevelopment of some of these homes in the inner part of the cities. It's allowing for revolving loans, and we're able to leverage funds from the state to help match some of those loans. We will lose those abilities. And I've done what some of our council people did too. And Councilman Horner had certainly looked at all the reports in the past that we had. And it's not going to just businesses and corporations. I've counted those as well too, to see how much, and we do get those reports. We had a quarterly report not too long ago about where 840 funds went to. And it, contrary to popular belief, it isn't all to those big corporations. And a lot of benefit. I mean, it trickles out, if you want to use that word, it trickles out. It trickles out to the electricians, it trickles out to the other businesses and increases their businesses as well. So no, we're working on existing businesses. And like I shared that program, I'd hate to see the housing revolving loans go away. I'd hate to see the money to small and medium businesses go away. The easiest way I probably should ask too, what is the actual amount of funding if we did decrease by 1.5% or 3.5%, and we divided it up 35, 30, as I heard as a recommendation? How much difference does that make of that 3.5? It's easier to just say 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. And I'm not just doing it to say we just need to make it easy. That's not the issue. The issue is it does make an impact. We have increased funding for street and street repairs. If you haven't noticed, there's a lot of work going on. Now, granted, several years back, it's hard to get people to work. That part of that was it didn't get done because the workers weren't available to get it done. The pandemic did make a difference in our landscape. Hopefully we'll outgrow some of that. But I think it's essential that we keep economic development alive and well in order to provide. We said we had a comprehensive plan, and we did our goal and mission to help certainly improve the way our life, certainly improve the quality, certainly improve education, certainly improve our parks and rec and opportunities for our families. I will end at that point. And so I certainly think it's very important to just keep it, yes, if you want to say status quo, as it is, because our future, you have to look forward. I think we're projecting upward, and you will need the funds for that.
Okay, any additional comments from council that have not spoken at this point? Councilman Jensen?
If there's no further comment, I'll make the motion to adopt resolution 2023-297 and 2024-2039. Am I looking at that right? No.
Resolution 2023-297 to adopt the 2024 to
yes,
2039
right.
local option economic development plan.
My apologies.
Yep. Okay. Councilman Sukram?
I will second that.
Point of order, I just have a question. Can I ask at this point, since it relates to that, because we had brought up the issue of changing some of the language in it. Is that but we didn't vote on the amendments. So do we do that first, or do we just?
There was no amendment. The motion died for lack of second. So it is right now. if I'm correct, it is as is.
Okay, well, then I think we do need to have a motion on that, under section 2, that second paragraph. Because shall the city of Fremont establish an economic development program as described here by appropriating annually from local sources, and it goes on
I think we were going to address that at item 25 as well.
at the end. Okay, that's fine. That's what I wasn't clear on. Thank you for answering it.
Okay. There's been a motion and a second to adopt this resolution. You ready, Tyler? Cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, man.
Okay, time is 9:40. We'll take a quick 5-minute break.
Oh, I did hear back from Jessica. She said as long as weather-wise nothing happens between now and then, we're
Okay.
good for tomorrow.
All right.
No.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and move on to item 10, is a resolution 2024-013 declaring a public nuisance and causing the demolition of the residents at 249 West Washington following a show cause hearing. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council Travis Jaycott, City Attorney. This is an item coming back from initially, we got authorization from council to send notice to real property located at 249 West Washington Street. That was in such disrepair that it was a public nuisance and it needed to be repaired and abated. We sent that notice out. Under our city code, the property owner or any interested party has a right to appeal that determination of a nuisance by having a show cause hearing. Based upon the language in the ordinance, we feel it appropriate just to give the opportunity for those individuals to appear and have this hearing, which will open up today. Upon lack of a cause for why the nuisance hasn't been abated, then I ask the council approve resolution 2024-013, which would authorize the demolition of the property. I'll take any questions.
Questions for legal on this item? I'll go ahead and open the public hearing on this item. Anybody here to speak on this? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Additional comments from council on this? If not, I'd take a motion. Councilman Jensen.
I'll make the motion, resolution 2024-1013.
Councilman Von Baron.
I'll second that.
Cast your votes. Moving on to the consent agenda, all items in the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the city council, will be enacted by one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a council member or a citizen so requests, in which event the item will be removed from the consent agenda and considered separately. Are there any items to be removed from the consent agenda by council or staff? Any items from the public to be removed? There's no items to be removed. I take a motion to approve the consent agenda. Councilman Horner.
I'll make that motion to approve the consent agenda as shown on the agenda.
Councilman Sukram. Cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Moving on to unfinished business, item 23, ordinance 5665 for a change of zone from GI General Industrial to R Rural on property generally located on the south side of River Road on the east of the Burlington Northern Railroad tracks in sections 25 and 36, all located in Township 17 North, Range 8, east of the 8th PM, Dodge County, Nebraska. Final reading tonight.
Good evening, members of City Council, Jennifer Dam, Planning Director. This is the third reading on this change of zone. It is associated with the preliminary plat for the Hills Farm Lake subdivision. This is a little L-shaped piece of property that is zoned industrial, I think initially for the excavation. However, excavation is allowed under the R Rural zoning. This is third reading. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions on this item from council? Okay, seeing no questions, anybody here to speak on this item? Okay, seeing no comments, there's no comments from council. I would take a motion. This would be final reading. Councilman Sukram.
I'll make the motion for ordinance 5665.
Councilman Vaughn.
I'll second.
Cast your votes. There it is. Now have final reading.
An ordinance of the city of Fremont, Nebraska, amending ordinance number 5427 as it pertains to the zoning map to rezone the property generally located south of Hills Farm Road and east of the Burlington Northern Railroad tracks, providing for repeal of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for severability and providing an effective date on final reading.
Ready? Cast your final vote, ordinance 5665.
The ordinance is approved.
Moving on to item 24, resolution 2023-301, submitting the question of extending the 2024 to 2039 local option economic development plan to registered voters at the primary election to be held on May 14th, 2024.
And you might remember agenda item 9. This is a continuation of that. This considers taking the question of extending the plan to a vote of the people. And I'm here to answer any questions.
Any questions for Ms. Olson on this? See any? Anybody here to speak on this item tonight? Seeing none, any additional comments from council? If there are none, I would take a motion. Councilwoman Ganem.
I move, we submit the question of extending the 2024 to 2039 local option economic development plan to registered voters at the primary election to be held on May 14th, 2024, resolution 2023-301.
Councilman Sukram.
I will second that.
Cast your votes. Now, item 25, resolution 2023-302, submitting the question of continuing the half-cent local option sales tax to registered voters at the primary election to be held on May 14th, 2024.
This agenda item number 25 considers submitting the question of continuing the local option sales tax to voters during the May 2024 primary election. And I'm here to answer any questions.
Again, any questions at this point? Councilman Jensen?
Would this be the proper time now to add the amendment to change the language on that? Well, just scribbled.
Yeah.
It's just adding as previously established in 1999 as a continuation of the final sentence on the first paragraph of the ballot language. Page 376 if you're looking for it. Yes, as previously established in 1999. So the final sentence would finish for the benefit of the city of Fremont as previously established in 1999.
Okay. So that amendment is on the table then to amend with that change. If there's no other questions, I would take a second to that. Councilman Sukram.
I'll make the second.
Okay, cast your votes.
Mayor?
Okay. Are there anybody here to speak on this item?
Timberwood Lane, Ames, Nebraska. My only question is, if we put into the language as set out in 1999, it capped it. And if you set it up as 2014, that's the plan we're living under. So the question is, you want it under the plan we're living under, or do you want it under a 1999 plan? 1999 puts a cap on. That was the. That's my only question. That's probably for legal, but we live under 2014. We don't live under the 1999 plan. The city adopted the 2014 to 2024 plan.
Yes, Fifth Street. Perhaps for the public, this would be an ideal time for legal to re-clarify the sequence in which you plan to put these before the public when it comes to the ballot. Will you be putting the adoption of the economic development plan first? And the funding of restoration of the sales tax and the distribution second, or the other way around? And does it matter? I'm interested in the public understanding whether there's a legal ramification of the order you would ask the Dodge County Clerk for. And I very much appreciate former Mayor Getchman's comments with regards to the plan that you're under, the 99 plan or the 2014 plan. He's right on. And I'm not sure that's exactly what was under discussion, but facts.
Any other comments from the public?
Twenty-four forty-five North Broad. I'm here representing Deers Incorporated and Deer Point Corporation. Just a question before anybody votes again. I'm confused. If it's the previous plan with a cap, or if it's no cap and a third, and I just want to make sure I'm confused. And so before. So I'm not sure if anybody can answer that, but.
Any other additional comments from the public?
David Mitchell, 11.99 Avenue. I have a question also. I may be wrong about this, but my recollection was when this went to the ballot previously, as whether it's a third across the board or with the cap, the ballot was drafted in a way where either the plan succeeded or the plan failed with that vote. And that way, the city and GFDC all had skin in the game to properly represent and advocate for lack of a better phrase, for the adoption of the half-cent sales tax. The way I understand tonight, and again, I might be wrong, I didn't see the 2014 language. If it passes, it's a third across the board. If it fails, it defaults 100% of the city, which means if it fails, the city gets all of it, GFDC gets cut out. And I don't think that was the original, and again, I might be wrong, but the original intent I thought was that we're all in this together, and the ballot should be drafted in a way where fire is important, police is important, economic development is important, as opposed to a lobbying effort after tonight. just to vote no, cut out economic development, because then we've effectively stuck on it totally. So I'd ask for clarification on that, and if it can, the ballot language can be reconsidered to where we're all for one for all with this concept, because that's clearly what your vote is indicating. The council's moving ahead with that notion, that recommendation to the taxpayer. But the default, if there's a no, goes opposite of all of our discussions tonight. So I just ask you to look into that. Thanks.
Okay. Seeing no other comments, legal, can you please just confirm, verify these questions or respond?
Yeah, Councilmember Jensen. I believe your intent was to give information that this tax, the sales and use tax, the 0.5%, was initially passed in 1999. And at that time, I haven't seen what that ballot language was in 1999. But looking at this, even though this just approves the tax, this is intended to approve the tax. It specifically asks for 1/3 of the proceeds to be used for economic development, 1/3 for police and fire, and 1/3 for construction, renovating, including drainage. The second part of that question, this was very similar to what was included in 2014. The only real change was it was continue to impose instead of impose. It says, in the event the 2024 economic development plan is not approved, the entire proceeds of said sales and use tax to be equally divided between police and fire for operating and capital expenses and street construction and renovation, including drainage and flood control. So I think the addition that we just amended the ballot language to, I don't think it reflects what was actually approved previously, because if it was only referring to the 0.5% sales tax, it would be accurate. But adding it at the end, which includes the caveat of 1/3, 1/3, 1/3, I think makes that statement inaccurate. So I would suggest removing it and getting back to the original language that was already on there.
That's absolutely fine with me. And I want to thank Mr. Geschman for cleaning up after me. The intention from the lower committee was to put this out there just to try to make it clear to the voting public that we were not adding a new tax. This was something that was already in place. If simply removing that, if I need to make an amendment to remove my amendment, I'll make that at this time.
Okay, there's a motion to remove the amendment. Okay, Councilman Vaughn.
I'll second that.
Okay, cast your votes to remove the amendment. Okay, now we're back at the original question. Yes, Council.
But I did have a question, just point of order, and we just approved something that we probably did not want because the intent was different. Can we just re-vote on it, or do we have to wait for the next time? Well, no, what we just did, yes, is that allowed?
We're back to the original question. So the original question is submitting the question of continuing the 0.5% local optional sales tax to register voters, the primary election to be held on May 14th, 2024. That is the item right now. There's no amendment that we are considering. What is in the packet? Councilman Vaughn.
Make a motion to approve.
Councilman Horner.
I'll second.
Cast your votes. Item 26, Resolution 2024-017, amending the existing interlocal cooperation act agreement with Dodge County and the Lower Platte North Natural Resources District for the Elkhorn Township Fremont East drainage improvements.
We've got two items in front of you tonight related to the Elkhorn Township grant application and project. This first one kind of spells out who will be paying what for the project. With its estimated $56 million price tag. We have proposed to FEMA to go with a 70-30 split instead of a 75-25 split. Because that will give us an extra point or two, or just helps our application look a lot better. We decided to go ahead with that because the governor has used some discretionary funds to set up a program where they will be paying for half of local share matches up to 12.5% of the total project for hazard mitigation grants that are awarded to municipalities and counties and such in the state. So the feds would be paying 70%, the state would be committing 12.5%, and that leaves 17.5% for the rest of us to kind of divvy up. And this agreement sets forth how we're going to do that. Exhibit A, which given to Travis to pass around.
Motion to receive the document. Councilman Sukram,
Motion to receive.
Councilwoman Ganem.
Second.
Cast your votes on the to receive.
Plenty of copies of this.
Thank you. Go ahead.
So from this spreadsheet, you can kind of see how we got to the numbers that we're talking about. The consultant put together cost estimates and broke it into two phases. One will be primarily design and environmental work, and then the second, the construction. Earlier, the Lower Platte North NRD, their board approved paying 20% of the project, except for the storm sewer improvements, which would be the large 5x10 box culvert under First Street and under Claremar to add capacity and to take water out of the 5th Street and the Luther ditches. They did not feel they should be party to that. But they also are taking on ending in the maintenance portion of this that will save everyone else money over time. So, from that, some percentages were worked out with county and the city to cover the rest of it. And we're coming in about 5 million. When we were started working on this and we're trying to figure out the numbers earlier this year, we thought we were going to be in around 9 for the city's share. Just we didn't have that money from the state yet, which has made a big difference. And so which has really brought this down to the point where spread out over probably a 6-year plan. It's a number that we can handle, we can deal with. So it's a number we can work with, and I think that's what's important.
So 26 is just amending the interlocal agreement, right? And to include this. Is that what we're talking about?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, any questions, Mr. Zetterman? Okay. Anybody here to speak on this item? Any additional comments from council? If there's none, I take a motion to this resolution. Councilman Jensen.
I'll make the motion to approve resolution 2024-017.
Councilman Sukram.
I will second that.
I'm sorry, Mayor. Bottom of the resolution has the word amendment to the Interlocal Cooperation Act. We are This, although we have a previous interlocal with those two entities, this is a brand new one. This isn't amending it. So if we can have the resolution amended to remove the phrase amendment from the bottom of the resolution.
Okay. So I would, we have a motion and a second on the table. I guess I'd ask Councilman Sukram to rescind that. Basically then we need to amend the resolution. We need to amend the resolution to say it's take out amendment.
Yep, take out
This is
the
a
phrase
new
amendment.
interlocal agreement.
Yep.
You need me to do that or Mark? Because he made the motion.
Oh, whoever made the motion, if they would, Jensen and Sukram. So if
I'll make the motion as recommended by council. Is that enough?
Amend the resolution, yeah.
Councilman Sukram,
I'll second that.
cast your votes to amend.
8-0 to amend, Mayor.
Now we take a resolution in regards to the amended.
Approval of the amended resolution.
Approval of the amended resolution. Councilman Vaughn.
Motion to approve as amended.
Councilman Horner.
I'll second.
Cast your votes. Now, item 27, resolution 2024-015, authorizing financial commitment to cover the local share, the Elkhorn Township drainage improvements, building resilient infrastructure and communities grant, designate Justin Zetterman as the sub-grantee point of contact for the grant application.
So this is the formal letter we need to provide with the grant, saying that the local commitment is there and will be paid. FEMA doesn't care how we end up paying it, but they don't want to see an interlocal agreement and a whole bunch of list of names on how we're doing it. We are the lead agency. This work is primarily being done in the city of Fremont. And so we have to submit the letter on behalf of our group, but it's just saying that, yes, the local match is covered by the lead agency, and we'll have the interlocal behind us. We have the money that the governor has set aside in his program to it. So though it says we're committing to $16.9 million, we have the documentation, we have the extra funds available so that that's not exactly obviously what we'll be paying, but this letter will go in with our application.
Well, I will just say, this is a once in a lifetime opportunity. This is a $56 million project to improve drainage in Southeast Fremont and into the county. And this has been a lot of work, basically years, 2 years of work, conversations with the county, the NRD, to get to an agreement to a local share to be able to apply for this opportunity. This is a FEMA grant, a BRIC grant. It's very competitive. So our goal throughout the whole process was to have the most competitive application possible to where, and I believe that we have one. We have a need in this area. It's proven the cost benefit is there. We have the partners behind it from the state all the way down to the county, the city, and the NRD. We have a great project. So, fingers crossed, we've done everything I believe we possibly could do to put ourselves in a position to receive this. So at this point, after this, it'll be fingers crossed. So any questions? Okay. Anybody here to speak on this item? Okay. Any additional comments from council? If there are none, I would take a motion. Councilwoman Ganem.
I move we accept 2024-015 as a resolution of the city of Fremont to make a financial commitment to cover the local share of the Elkhorn Township drainage improvements.
Councilman Von Baron.
I'll second that.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Pass that out, please. Okay, item 28, is the executive session to discuss labor negotiations and legal update regarding pending and threatened litigation. Tyler is passing out language to be able to go in. So as he's doing that, I would take a motion to go into executive session.
We just need to, that just needs to be spoken.
If you make the motion, you need to read number 1. Councilman Jensen.
I move to go into executive session for the purpose of strategy session with respect to labor negotiation and legal update regarding pending and threatened litigation, and for the further reason that the executive session is necessary for the protection of the public interest.
Councilman Horner.
I second the motion.
A motion has been made and seconded to go into executive session for the purpose of labor negotiations and legal update regarding pending and threatened litigation for the further reason that the executive session is necessary for the protection of the public interest. Is there any discussion? The pending motion is to go into executive session for the purpose of a strategy session with respect to labor negotiations and legal update regarding pending and threatened litigation and for the further reason that the executive session is necessary for the protection of the public interest. Cast your votes. Motion to go into executive session for the purpose of labor negotiations and legal update regarding pending and threatened litigation and for the further reason that the executive session is necessary for the protection of the public interest has been approved. Discussion will be limited to labor negotiations and legal update regarding pending and threatened litigation. No official actions or votes will be taken. We'll now move back to the back conference room. Hey, okay, I'd take a motion to adjourn the city council meeting. Councilman Sukram?
I'll make that motion.
Oh, yep, thank you, thank you, thank you. Take a vote to come out of executive session. Councilman
I'll
Sukram,
make that motion.
Councilman Jensen,
I'll second.
cast your votes to come out of executive session. Now motion to adjourn. Councilman Horner,
I'll make the motion to adjourn.
Councilman Jensen,
Second.
cast your votes. Okay, all right, now you can, now you can. All right, we are adjourned.